Hello. Hi, hi. How are you doing? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing good. Hi, Brett Talk. Hi, Chip. Welcome. I Look, I had a... I thought the stream would be delayed much more than this, to be honest, because I had... I sadly suddenly had a very nasty one to take in. Thank you, Beta. Oh my god. Oh yeah, that cost 15 gems. Ooh, thank you. The big pet. Yeah, I suddenly had a nasty wound that I need to take care of, like, nasty. So, it hurts. It hurts like, oh my god. But in a way, I don't know why this makes me feel more alive, you know. It feels super duper weird, but yeah, it was this morning. Well, someone didn't put the chairs back, and I kicked the chair, and then it sort of like hurt my... I mean, coincidentally, it hurt my most soft soft skin part of my shin. Yeah, my shin has like this you know, like motorbikes has their engine, right? When I was a kid, I think I kicked the engine, or like, I didn't mean to kick the engine, but I stood too close to the engine, and then that part of my shin is just permanently burnt, so it left like a nasty scar. So that part of the leg is like very soft, right? Lo and behold, this morning when I kicked the chair accidentally, because I didn't notice the chair was in the middle of the road, I kicked it, and it left a nasty wound. So I don't think I need to take a picture of that. Just you know, yeah, it's a nasty one. I don't need to like justify anything here. It's a really bad one, but first of all, it fucking hurts like hell. But I'm okay, I promise, right? Something about this kind of makes me feel awake or something. I don't know. It's like I'm not entirely sad that I got hurt, right? Because I feel like usually I will be super sad when I get hurt, but I feel weird. I feel weird. So, Kobo promises Kobo is fine. Yeah? Please don't kick chairs in the future. Well, I should tell them please don't leave chairs in the middle of the road next time. I mean, obviously only one people in the family knows how to do that, and it's that. And it's the person I hate the most, that I don't even consider her as, you know, part of family. God damn it. What it is, what it is. I will take good care of this wound, and yeah. Oh my god, look at the dragon now. Quick claw. Ooh, I must look at the channel for science purposes. Oh my god, dragon, holy shit. Oh, look at the dragon, oh my god, it's so cool. Must follow. Oh my god, it's so cute. Must follow dragon. Oh, I did it. The reason for me to follow a channel, that dragon. Very, very nice. Hi, Brian. It's time for Brian's opinion you didn't ask for. Brutal Tomb is super impressive mod, but it fucks around too much with the fundamental gameplay of the... I missed it. But the gameplay of the game, in my opinion, makes it a lot less clean to play. Neat though. I mean, I was like, I kind of feel a little bit of Doom. I don't know why. I just suddenly have this urge to shoot guns. Hey, look, it's a kobold tendency, okay? I like guns, okay? Natasha, hi. Look at that. What do you call this again? What do you call that? The ball demon? I don't know the name. I already forgot. I haven't played Doom for like years. Ball demon. Yep. It is now called ball demon. I hereby declare. I hereby declare that it's called ball demon. Ball sack demon. Oh, hey, yo. Whoa. Hey. I don't know about ball sack demon though. Oh wait, ball sack demon works. It's not ball sacks. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Butthole? A butthole demon would be like if I have a super shotgun shot at its face, then yeah, it could be a butthole demon. Why am I talking about this? Excuse-moi. Oh yeah, like Lantern Stress has some good emotes as well. Look at that. Oh my god. I think I followed like Lantern Stress for the amazing dragon. I love dragons so much. It's a cloaca. I don't know what a cloaca is. You know, my limited English knowledge is kind of, well, limited. I should Google. Cloaca meaning. A common cavity at the end of the digestive tract for the release of both excretory and genital products in vertebrates. I don't think that helps a lot. I should probably search for a Chinese word. Okay, go translate. What am I doing here? What the fuck? 蟹子孔. Oh, hi, yeah. It's the 蟹子孔, 蟹子枪的孔. This one.
蟹直枪.
蟹子枪 is like yeah, I guess that Google explanation helps a little bit. My English is not good enough to explain it. It's all good. Cloaca. You know how reptiles and birds have slits? It's that. Oh, yo. The slits are cool. Anyway, let's play some Brutal Doom, shall we? Now, I wonder what happened now. I'm suddenly talking about cloacas and stuff. Okay, I mean, you're right. Where did I put my GTech? Oh, GTech Doom is here. So I need GTech Doom. I actually downloaded 2 mods last night. Watts, I would say Watts, right? Because it's Doom. I don't know why I suddenly feel Doom these days. I have Alien Eradication WAD PK3? Yeah, PK3. And I have Brutal V21.pk3. And I think I kind of want to try out Brutal Doom and see how it feels. But I don't know how it feels. I don't know. Alright, anyways, let me... Here, look at that. So do I just throw this to GTech Doom? I think that's how you play Watts, right? I mean, my house is still here. And I think I just throw it in. Is that right? Correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not too sure how Watts work. Alright, I'm just gonna do it anyway. Let me close this. What is this bonk feature that I see? Reader, it is bonk. I think that the bonk is only local, so yeah. Open with GZ. I think they just do. Oh shit, what's this? Oh my god. That was quick. My ears? Ow. You basically toss it in and run GZ doom and load it in there. Imagine we can see everyone's hammer. If only, right?
Hello and welcome.
Natasha, thank you. Oh. Brutal doom options? Oh my god, it's so... Ooh. Oh, is the sound supposed to be this HD? No, right? $69. $69. I think this is good enough, question mark, I hope. Alright, I'm not gonna look at it too much, I'm just gonna... game. Select game mode. Rifle? Pistol? This is purist, right? No, from the word pure. Tactical? Sprint recoil? Random? Do 67? Oh, why? Why do I want 60? I mean, isn't 69 the funny haha number? I'll do old school mode, I guess. I mean, it's supposed to be old school. I recommend rifle or tactical for the most changes. Oh. Is tactical, like, hard? 67 is the new. I think I heard a lot of people saying, like, 67. But I don't know what that means. It's not that hard in my opinion. I trust. Let's do tactical. Which episode? Hell on Earth, right? Power Fantasy, I'm Too Young to Die, Hurt Me Plenty, Ultra Violence. Nightmare, Black Metal, Realism. What the f... Looking at easier? I'll just go for Hurt Me Plenty, right? I think this is the normal one. I don't know about the Chinese meaning of 67. 67? 连67我都不知道是什么意思呢。I'll just do Hurt Me Plenty. Oh, the music. Ooh. Oh, I have no ammo on this. Oh, I have a nade. 9 is nade is diabolical, I think. Okay, 9 is nade. 4 is this gun. 2 is little. Arms. What is the cheap? It means BP? Spicy pineapple. I mean, do I just use spicy pineapple on them? I mean, I hate them. Ooh, the fuck? What the fuck is Doom supposed to be like this? Holy, am I playing Doom? This is not the Doom that I remember, huh? Oh, with chainsaw, this won't end well. Hey, Kobo likes chainsaw. Try right clicking. Burst fire, single shot. How in the fuck's name people do this in Doom? What? Am I playing Doom? Am I playing Call of Duty? Holy shit. Oh my god! This is cray-cray, no? Oh, I need to reload. Oh, it feels very different, what the? Like I said, it's a completely different game. Messes with the balance in my opinion. Fun as a toy though. Yeah, I think I like the fun aspect of it. It feels very different. Having to reload feels different. Alright, I get it. The gunshots are so fucking loud. Wait. Okay, maybe we need 59 then. Oh yeah, the war hump. Oh my god. What? I'm sorry, I'm just like, what am I? Oh my god, there's footprints. Enemies here, I think. I'd rather not use iron sight, I feel like. It feels weird using iron sight. What is that sound? Having recoil feels so weird as well. Oh my god. I can... Oh my god. Alright, we good. Wait. Can we jump in Doom? No, right? Or, like, originally we shouldn't be able to jump, no? I don't think this is a thing in original Doom. Cannot jump? Yeah! Oh my god, that feels so weird. There's gonna be enemies here. Watch this. I knew it, I'm the best. Ooh, should come? Cannot jump, cannot duck. Can I duck? I don't think that's duck. Ooh. Also, there's no grass. It's just a texture instead of all these fancy decals and those trees too. Oh, I can touch. I assume this is water, right? I don't remember. Oh my god. Okay. Lampposts are new too. Yeah. This looks more like an Earth location instead of just an abstract Doom map. I guess it does feel very different. I think that's everything. Oh. Par is 30 seconds? Are you kidding? No way. Do you even shoot with 30 seconds? It feels so weird. Having recoils and everything. And that water noise blows my ears, holy shit. Yeah, I want to see how shotgun feels. Please be satisfying. Oh, okay, okay, it's good, it's good. Oh my... Holy... Oh! I don't think that's normal. So they have different death animations now? And locational damage? Yeah, like this one. Kobo paints the walls in red. I have gun. Can I shoot this? Wait, these explodes, right? What? Pistol magazine? Everything feels so different. It's such a different game. Holy shit, what's going on? I mean, this is cool as balls, but... The water sound is a little bit too much though, I feel like. Gun. Oh my god. Angle. I need to isolate fights. Ooh, what is this? Submachine gun? Oh, it's a different... Oh! Okay, game. Okay, game. Okay. I see you. Alright, okay. I kinda prefer this one. I feel like I need so much more bullets. I feel I need to preserve more bullets. Like, this one is satisfying, but gosh, does it use a lot of bullet. It is submachine gun, so I guess it makes sense. Hi, Jameson. I need drink. So there's headshots in this game as well? Headshot exists, for example. Dang, crazy. This is the super shotgun, right? Let's give it a try. Oh, unlucky to be you, I guess. Oh, I have to reload. I have to reload manually, it's so weird. Yeah, this is much better actually. Nice. So different for Doom. Make the sound. Oh yeah, how do you go up here normally without jumping? I'll try not to jump too much because, you know, it's not intended. Oh, I just sprint, right? Okay, yeah. So sprinting can go over some gaps. Uh-oh. Don't like that. Oh, I was waiting for it to stop. Yeah. Somehow this shotgun feels better than the super shotgun. I mean, the super shotgun I need to reload on my own feels... That doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel right. They could turn down the water noises, I feel like. Tapoki? My ears were bleeding from the water noises. Oh. I feel so slow. Oh my god. What? Oh, I don't go through door yet. This game can be really loud, I feel like. I mean, especially the water noises. Like this one. Like, oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, look. Mine. Okay, we should be safe. Alright, we good? We good? Oh, do we have full shotgun shells? Oh, that's it. Nice. This feels very different. This feels very different. I'm not even like finding secrets here, I'm just kinda enjoying the vibe here. If only they can lower the water volume would be nice. The Genlet? Oh, the music is such a classic too. Oh my god, what? Oh! just enjoy the game you won. The way you won, yeah. Shotgun shell. Oh my god, they drop things. It's so cool. Oh my god, it's so different. Oh, this scratches a bit of my itch here. Did they just say you die? We good? I had a feeling. I have 204% armor. I think that's pretty normal, no? Bullets are all very healthy, I think. Yeah. What? Oh my god. Should have used this shotgun long ago. Ooh. Oh my god. This is the shittiest minigun ever. Ooh. Oh my god, my ears. Oh my god. I almost died from that. Oi! What? Invisible enemy? I think that's new, no? Okay, I can see their eyes. Yeah, that's definitely new. That's why I like see-through TV static in vanilla. Oh, so you can also smell them? If I... Maybe I can, I'm a kobold after all. Ah, that's kind of fucked up, no? Yeah, now you know how much I panic usually. Oh shit. Huh? You telling me if I shoot them once more I get extra things? It must be coincidence. I mean, it would be kind of funny though. Granade. Oh! Rocket? What does this mean for a minigun? Oh, so if I right click, it will wind up on its own so I can tap shoot? Oh, that's so weird. Okay, okay. Preheat? Oh, okay, so it just prepares the gun beforehand so that I can shoot immediately. Ah, okay, okay. That's very cool. I didn't know guns could do that. To be fair though, I have like almost zero knowledge of guns, so... Teleport? Thank you. Oh, this is the starting area. Ooh, okay, okay, cool, cool. I'm gonna pre-fire. Oh, there is something, but... Wee. Oh, am I shooting too high up? Hi, Zuri. Retro Kobo? Yeah. Hi, Frankie. I've been spoiled, oh my god. You're welcome. Hope you're doing good. I mean, I can use this. Ooh. It's so brutal! What the fuck are you talking about? Did you hurt me when I'm up here? I'm gonna go down. Breaking butt. Yeah, this feels really good. Uh-oh. Weird. Alright, we good. This game boldly, there's so many jump scares and shit. This is kind of fun. Actually, take that back. This is really fun. It's so dark. What's with this? Oh. I got more shotgun shells again. And steak? Ooh, I like steak. Thanks for the 50 strings, stick and see. Don't panic, don't panic. I'm way stronger than them. There's only one of them. Oh my god. Mini armor bonus. I cannot interact with this? I just had to do it. Steak. I feel weird. I never really have steak before. Like actual, like that, like a meat looking like that steak. I mean, sure, I had meat, but I never really have like a specific meat such as steak. I don't think it's a common thing in Malaysia to have steak, question mark? Maybe? Steak is expensive here? Ah, no wonder. I don't think I can afford anything expensive these days. I can grab the key now, right? Yeah, it's done. Are there efficient chips? Oh yeah, efficient chips is great. I love those, like especially supermarket fish fillet. Yeah, those are amazing. I think chicken chop is way more popular anyways. Yeah, it is. A lot more people would prefer chicken chop than fish and chip. Oh my god. Get out of the game. Let's get the fuck out of me. I'm sorry. Oh my god, it's so dark. Oh, my instinct should press F. There's flashlight in this game? What the fuck? flashlight is 100% not in the game, I'm pretty sure. What? Oh my god. Oh. This is so cool, oh my god. I play all Retro Doom series, I think, but ironically I haven't played the new ones yet. It's kind of funny that I started with Doom Eternal, and then I started playing Doom 2, but my first introduction to Doom 2 is because of myhouse.wad. Yeah, that's how I know Doom. What do you do? Oh, I see you. Burst fire doesn't feel as good. I knew it. Do I have to press like a specific area? Oh, teleporter? I mean, that's the key, but... Oh, do I have to like... This a combo? Ugh. This is so cool. What is this little box? Oh. What? How'd she get down? Can you punch this? And then press it? No? Oh. Oh. There's combos? What the f- God damn! Oh. What is this small box? Oh, okay, okay. Is the small box the trigger for this? Wait. Oh my god, it is! Oh, so the button is a fake out? Dang, devious. Oh, I have red key now. Oh, I can go there now. I still don't understand why this is the thing though. The monsters are hiding. When I take this key, there's gonna like all hell breaks loose, I feel like. Whoa. Angle? You're gonna isolate fights. That's what I learned in Counter-Strike. Should be one more here, no? Oh, are we safe? Okay. I mean, sure, I can jump. I don't think I want to use jump and go there. It's kinda cheaty. I want to try to play the game as much intended as possible. I mean, sure, I'm playing like WOD, but still, you know? Oh, button. Nice. 怎么感觉是慢？哎呀，吓死人！没莫名是扒过去，吓死人哦。Okay, we. Fucking every time I open up a door, just something jumping at my face. Oh my god. Oh, that's so loud. The sound effects can get a little bit overwhelming sometimes. Barony-ing. Then Kobo Brian has a good the waste tunnels. Angles. What? Oh yeah? I think that's too far for a shotgun. Oh. Too late. I got lucky twice. I actually got lucky twice, holy shit. Oh yeah? Oh yeah. Oh, did I kill that thing as well? Enjoyed the game, Kobo. Thank you, Brian. And Kobo Brian has his good EP as well. The game must have some auto aim, right? Like, there's no way I'm shooting this well. That's so fucked up. Oh. Blue key? Bullet. I like bullet. Oh! Rocket? I need blue, I need red. So I guess the road is not here. Oh, there's a door. Oh my god. Oh. I should probably make use of the iron sight as much as possible. Ooh. Oi! Oh my god. I survived. Oh! No! Holy shit. Oh, where'd you come from? Oh, Soul Sphere gives me 200% health. I think I kind of remember that, yeah. Ow. Ooh. Oh, the bullet. I have full bullet already. Oh my god, I have so much bullet. Oh yeah, pistol and assault rifles are different magazines now. Do you think there's something here? Yep. What is that? What is that? What is that? Oh my god, what is that? What the fuck is going on? I don't remember that. What is that supposed to be? No, wait, let's get back. I think there's some place else I can go still. I used too much shotgun shells. There should be more here, I think. Nope. Those dangers. Oh yeah, pistol is different ammo, so technically I have a lot more ammo than I thought. Since pistol don't share with assault rifles anymore. Boom. Always wanted to do. Oh my god! I always wanted to do that. Oh, I have red key. Okay, let's not do that too much. Been here? Oh, I've been here. Wait, I feel like there's so many places I haven't gotten to yet now. Wait, let me get back. There's like one... Oh, I don't think I remember where it is. It's not here. I came back from here. Can I destroy these things? Yeah, I can. Or not. Oh, okay. I mean, if I'm doing this, I'm doing them a favor, no? I'm helping, cleaning up, right? Cleaning up. Exactly. There was this place that leads to a door? Bulik. Right here, right? And then there's like a bunch of ghosts here. Oh, chair. Okay. Just brings me back here. Okay, okay.
Wow. Is that Doom remastered? This is brutal Doom. It feels nice. Thanks for the like, Sorrow. Thank you. Also, hope you're doing good. Bullet. Oh, I have full shotgun shells. And say chicken nugget. Chicken nugget. Chicken nugget. I knew it. Oh, invisible enemy. Ooh. Get out of here. Oh! Holy. Did I just one-shot the... Did I just one-shot the ballsack demon? Soaking one Kobo Mike. You're welcome. Also, hi Dragon Colony. Welcome. I can give a bonus chicken nugget. Bonus. Wow, super shotgun is very strong. But it's just reloading manually for super shotgun feels very weird. Is there a way to get there? I mean, sure I can jump. How do I even do that? This is so hard. I have to like sway it maybe? Wait. Maybe not? I had chicken tenders, so very delicious. Chicken tenders sounds really good, honestly. Chicken. Night, bed gamer. Can I jump? I'm gonna jump, okay? I'm gonna make an executive decision to...
I mean, I don't know what's over there, so... Okay, I can't even... There's no way! Damn. Energy cell pack and a rocket? A box of rockets? Oh my god! And a bunch of shotgun shells. Oh my god, there's so many things. I'm glad I cheated. Also, hope you are doing good. Welcome in. What time is now? It's 1:50. Oh wait. Sorry, give me a second. I know the screen flashes a lot, I'm sorry. This is like the old version of Doom, so that's why it's like flashing a lot. Let me try to reduce the flashing a little bit. Let me check. I'm gonna be playing later. That looked weird. Alright. There's gonna be an enemy here, I'm telling you. No way! Okay. They didn't put an enemy there? Crazy. 90% and 33%? Oh. The Crusher. Okay, let's use the normal shotgun for now. Got him. What? It's so bloody and gory. God damn, crazy. Uh-oh. Oh. Oh. Really? Did they nerf these guys? They certainly don't feel as strong now. Won't take off all my bullets though. Uh-oh. Oh my god, the recoil is crazy. The shooting while having iron sight is also weird too. Railgun? Oh. Ooh. I got a sniper? Holy shit. I got a sniper. Holy shit, what is this gun? I whiffed. To make sure I don't whiff, I need to do this. Okay, there you go. I need to save the bullet. What is that? I guess I cannot take them. I have to go to work now. Have fun, y'all. Okay, Bread Talk. Good luck with work. Thanks for stopping by. Oh. Wait, you're telling me I just need... I wasted all my bullets. Oh, it's fine. No big deal. At least bullets are easy to get, I think. Oh! Zeus might be overeating. Oh. Then we wait for Zeus to be awake, then we play. It is 2, I think. Yeah, it's 1:58 now. I'm okay with playing a little bit later. Oh, he comes back out. Oh. Oh. I can take this, but I cannot take those? Energy cell. Oh, it's for the railgun, I think. Ooh, shiny. Oh, I have to get back up there. I guess we go there now? I mean, not much of a secret. Feels like a necessary secret to me because I need to get back. And then I have to run there, I think. Yeah. Oh my god, I'm so fast. I should probably save now. Why do I have so many save? Hey, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Help me. Holy shit, I have explosions. Mama, Mati. Which he... Whoa, Mama? What am I thinking? All these names. B, C. What? What? I guess I'll do a new save game. Do we have Uwu? No, right? Okay. Okay. I want it. I get up here for... Oh, I have a blue key. Oh, I have blue key. Then I can go back? I might be able to just rush there. Wait, let me get back. Nice. Oh, god damn it. Stream died? Oh. I think we're back. The stream died for a little bit. You. Oh. Oh. Whoa. Shiny. Okay, the iron sights is like kind of weird in this one. So when I'm in iron sight, like this, right? Oh, it works. Oh, I can tap? So if I hold it, I can. Wait, what? That's so weird. Because for the longest time, I just couldn't really. Oh, I couldn't really like tap shoot when I'm using iron sight. Shut up. New red key. Yellow. Oh. Oh, okay. Heck. Oh, hi, Heck. Kobo friend. Oh my god. Welcome. Ooh. Oh my god. I'm dead. Oh my god. This is fine. What's that? I don't like that. Well, time to bring out the big boy. Watch this. I whiffed. Oh, that's what it is. Okay, I get it now. Got him. I don't like that thing. What is that? Oh my god. Ay. Reload. Bitch. My goodness, my heart. Oh, we got the key. Oh, okay. Oh. I guess we go back now. Oh my god. Yeah, that looks bad. I shouldn't be jumping down. Poison, it says. It doesn't look like poison to me, it looks like fucking lava. Ooh, double! Am I like the most cautious Doom player that you guys have seen? I don't think anyone plays... I don't think there's anyone out there who plays Doom like this. Taking everything slow as heck. Sus. There has to be enemies here, no? Oh, hi. Too bad. Button. Key. I figure so. I'm cheating. I jumped. Button. Oh, that's what I jumped over for. Oh. Yeah, I cheated. I jumped. Is this a secret room? Oh wait, this is the starting area. What? Oh my god, wait, it's actually the starting area. Oh, wow. Okay. Exit. I forgot. God damn it. I swear. They get me every time when I least expect it. I expect it, but nothing happens. I didn't expect it and then it happens. Gosh, I don't think I can get 100% at all. That simple. Oh. You have entered deeply into the infested starport, but something is wrong. The monsters have brought their own reality with them, and the starport's technology is being subverted by their presence. Ahead you see an outpost of hell. A fortified zone. If you can get past it, you can penetrate into the haunted heart of the starbase and find the controlling switch which holds Earth's population hostage. Wow, what is this? Story? Bag? A backpack full of ammo. Let's save. I haven't saved in a while. It was... Oh, wait, I had 2 uwu. Oh, oops. Oh, this is 2024. The waste tunnels. Wait, I should have a new save game then. We can't have Uwu because I would confuse it, so let's have Owo. Very original. Okay. Give me a second. Just looking at things real quick. Okay. Oh my god, what are they shooting at? Who are you? Thanks for tanking for me, I guess. Ooh. Holy shotgun. Oh, you can run and shoot now. Oh! What are those things? Let's see. What the fuck is that? Ay, 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 ay. Oh my god. What the fuck is that? Get fucked. Oh my god, oh my god. Minigun! Thank you, minigun, holy shit. Oh. Jesus, the fire rate. Is that over? Oh, thank god minigun exists. Holy shit. What are these things? Why are they brainiac spooters? Holy shit. Button. There should be a lot of bullets here, I feel like. Oh, I have full bullets. I think I got a bunch of bullets here. Oh, okay, there's more button. Press use to release.
Let's rock.
Oh! Oh! What?
Listen, we've been lucky so far. If I start to turn, promise you'll shoot. I don't want to be one of those fucking things.
He says we got lucky, but if I happen to become one of the, if I happen to transform into one of those things, just just shoot me. I promise you, shoot me. That's what they said. I don't want to be one of those fucking things. It's like, wow, holy shit. What is this? Demon? Oh. You got the demon strength rune? Rip and tear? Megasphere? What? You got the Mencubus. What? I can use the enemy's weapon? Press reload to alternate execution modes. I'm pressing. Mencubus Lot 9. Oh! Holy! I can use their weapons? What? And I get allies? Holy shit, this is so cool! Is there more buttons I can... Yep. So I should have just saved them first. Rocket launcher. Railgun. I mean, minigun is fucking bonkers with the preheat thing. I mean, sure, it has no accuracy, but my goodness, when I was shredding through those fucking brainy exploders, they stood no chance. Secret? Are you a secret? What do you mean secret? That is just the end. Oh my god, I 100% everything. Easy, no problem. Tricks and traps? Oh, I don't like the name of that. It's safe. Okay. Sure, it's little doors. Red, yellow. I guess we go from this one first. Get him. Main Cubus cannon. Yes, sir. Oh, they died. Oops. I mean, I guess they did shoot a few rounds, huh? Plasma gun? Oh, wait. Plasma. Oh! Whoa. Whoa. Oh my god, there's so many different things in this game, it's crazy! It is such a like a different game. Okay, we pressed the button. I don't know what that do, but we pressed it. Also, wait. Oh nah. Oh, you gave me rockets? No, don't use rockets. Oh. Oh. I mean, they cannot get down, so this is easy. Oh, right click to shoot only one bullet? Run so much. Okay, there we go. I think that's everything. Ah, okay. We don't have max rockets yet? Yeah, we don't. Is this like the punching stronger? Ooh. I have full bullet for this one, yeah. Oh! What do you mean the secret? Holy shit! I'm the best. I don't trust this, question mark? Okay, plan. I take this, whatever happens, rush out first thing, okay? I mean, yeah, what's the worst that's gonna happen? Just take it. Ooh. Oh my god! Whoa, whoa, whoa. Die, 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 die. Ay, 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 ay. Wowee. I didn't expect that. Holy shit. Thank you, minigun, for saving my tail once again. Wow. A backpack full of ammo. Don't I have like full ammo already? Nah, I need more minigun ammo. It's too good. One backpack gives 30 minigun ammo. I mean, that's good enough, I guess. Hi, Jake. And Kobo should play more dot once. I just only had a bit of a, like, itch of, wanting to play a little bit of Doom. So then I was like, what's the best what's out there? And then the first one that came to me was Brutal Doom. And then, and here I am. Oh. I thought it's something interactable. So what do I get out of that? I did get Soul Sphere, I guess. Oh, and a bunch of ammo, of course. And itch. Yeah, I mean, it is. You know what itch you have? Oh, do a tail. I want to save again. I have an itch. Only a dragon thingy could scratch. Yeah. Oh. I cannot interact with this. It doesn't give me the What? Yeah. I don't think I can get this ammo. It's behind the teleporter. I'm just gonna teleport first before I can get the ammo. Unless I'm really fast. Oh shit. Oh. That's kinda spicy now. Well, here we go. Question mark? Oh my god! Whoa! How do you get back here? Run! There's teleportation noises. Well, that helps. Wow, I guess I'm the best. How did it even teleport up there? Shock and chill. Oh my goodness. Hmm? Oh. Oh, that's how they get up here. Did that button open up this? No? How do I open up that? Yeah, I have to use my bullet to open up doors? Okay, so there are some doors that I need to shoot at them, I guess. Ah. Oh. Should I get that green? What does green orb do again? It just gives me health, no? Wait, no, that's blue. They are Baron of Hell. I didn't realize I can look at the name from top. Are they really strong? I feel like they're really strong, no? I mean, I have almost full minigun shell. Rocket launchers? The answer is yes, second strongest enemy. There's like 10,000 of them in my room. What the fuck? How am I supposed to fight them? I'm saving. Yeah, I'm saving. What kind of brutal doom? Well, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Well, I have rocket launchers, so what's this? Ah! The fuck? What's that? I saw something huge. I forgot I need to reload as well. Wait. Oh, I can throw nades. But is nade good? I feel like nade is not even enough and rockets don't even shoot them one shot or something. At least it's not nuts dot what? What is that? Hi Autumn. I wanna take the green, I wanna see what it does. And use the rocket launchers. I wanna take the green. Oh my god, cheesecake! It's been a while. Cheesecake dragon.
Yep.
Yep. Welcome, cheesecake. Come on. Oh, look, a bottom. I thought I'm the bottom here. Hiya. Alright, let's get that green. I mean... Aha! I was right. So green does give me invisibility. Invincible. Oh, try your best. Hit me, come on, hit me. That lasts for a long time. Oh! Get it, new one. I mean, I kind of accepted my fate there. I just kind of wanted to see what green does. You can like even a high-end PC. Ah, I don't think I want that. A level with thousands of enemies in one room. Ah, that doesn't sound fun at all. It's only 4,532 and wow. I'm a switch, thank you. Is the floor safe? Oh, okay. It says a number on the map. Is there a map in this game? Or is the eye thing again? Ooh. Chainsaw? Oh, life is training your friend is training your training. Thank you, Cheesecake. Life. Hello. Thank you, Jade. Life's aggressively. Hi again, Jensen. Armor Core? Ooh, I never played Armor Core before. Hi, welcome, Raiders. Dark Shift music, nice. Vary Raid, Avali Raid, hi! Welcome, Raiders. I hope Armored Core 6 was fun. I never played the game myself, but still, yeah. Wait. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm Tiora. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits, and I do art sometimes. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Are we avenging Daisy? Oh wait. Hi Blight Flight, by the way. There's someone told me that the person that I'm playing, well, at least the person that's holding the shotgun has a pet named Daisy? Question mark. Is that it? Hi Bailey, the butcher. Hello. Welcome everyone. Hope you are doing good. You're a kobold? Yeah. Shocker, I know, right? I cannot believe it. I don't trust the chainsaw. I mean, what is it gonna do to me? Okay, it's probably not gonna do anything. I mean, I can open the door still. Right? What? Why do I feel like I don't trust the chainsaw? What's gonna happen? Why is it just a straight line? I don't think I like this. Why is it? Oh my god! I'm dead! Oh! Nice! Wow, it truly is Brutal Doom, holy shit. Well, I'm glad that didn't kill me. Oh, I've been here.
Hello.
Of Ghost.
And welcome.
Thank you, Bailey. I have... yellow key? Okay, I have yellow key. Yeah, I don't like this. Why is the game gonna troll me? Okay, if I get in, the door closes and something bad's gonna happen then, right? Huh, I mean the door doesn't close. Oh. That's a whole lot of goo? Yeah. I mean, Brutal Doom, the gunplay, everything feels really good. It's just sometimes the sound effect can be a little bit too much. It doesn't hurt doing a little prank here and there in the game. Honestly, valid. Valid. Ooh. Oh. I already have max. Is that cell? That's energy cell, right? So I should use this one? This one is a sniper. Nah, something's about to happen, I feel like. Something's gonna happen. Well, I guess I'm gonna have my minigun handy here. It's preheated. Alright. The door closed. What? It's a trap, isn't it? Alright, I'm doing it. Get fucked! I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, that's why I have a minigun, bitch. Okay, I think they're all dead. Thank you, broken gun. I love you. Holy shit. Well, that worked out. Oh, there's a green here. Oh shit. I mean, I should have just taken this and fight normally, no? It's okay. We got some minigun bullet back. Oh yeah, Valor, if you need any post-stream care, get that rest, get that food, get some drink. Very important with the post-stream care. Oh, I just got my own tail. I guess it doesn't hurt to take this one. We have red key now. This one? Ooh. I think if I just keep walking, it's gonna work, right? It's been 2 years since I last played, played Doom. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wait.
Hello.
Thank God I saved. I have to be fast here? And Jayden said, thank you. Also welcome. So I have to be fast then, huh? Oh, that's so... That's even meaner, hello? Bully. Oh, the game is called Tricks and Traps. Hi, I just realized. it's just called Tricks and Traps, right? Well, that makes a lot of sense now. What am I doing here? Is this good water? Okay, it's bad water. Imposter? It's different. They are Jade Zade. You're J11. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Different. Similar but different. I assume I can interact with those. Okay. Are they shooting each other? Not that much. Wait, they're fighting each other. What the heck? She's good. I love super shotgun. Alternate what? Did I just knock myself? Did I just soft lock myself? Well, there's never soft lock. I think I can jump this one. I mean, I can jump. Oh, I don't even need to jump. Okay, we fine. Don't think I like that. Oh my god, it's a ball. Ball monster. Ball monster. Seems really nice. What? Ooh. What the fuck? This is I have a shotgun now, get out of here. Yeah, that's right. I'm a kobold with a shotgun. Yeah, I feel like I might have been the most cautious Doom player, question mark. I don't think anyone take this game like as slow as I do. Nuh-uh. There's no sus going on, it's okay. The game is giving me a lot of rockets, I don't think I like that. Can I get up there somehow? I mean, I guess I can try to jump up there, but you know, the Doom, the character that I'm playing is doesn't really jump this high. There's no way to get back up though. Okay, let's save then. I'm kind of safe scumming here. Just a little bit. Alright, we're gonna sprint, we're gonna jump. Oh my god. Oh, they just lowered. Hi. Oh my god. The fuck? What is I hate this skull thing. Why not put myself in? Oh, I have maximum cell. Oh yeah, I have maximum cell. I should use this gun a little bit more. Fuck them. Ooh. Oh my god, strong gun. One shot kill? Crazy. I wanna go back and get that cell. I think I just jumped, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah, there we go. Oh, the... What's with the run? It's too much up and down when I run. What is that? Oh. Oh, there was something fighting here. Oh. I don't trust this. Is this safe? There's gonna be something big here, I feel like. Okay, maybe it's not something that big. Okay, it's fine. Oh. Do I trust this? I guess. I don't think that's normal. This is... if I miss the jump... Huh? Can I sprint this far? I'm saving again. I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't want to lose too much progress here, so... I might be saving a lot, right? Okay. Oh! Oh my god! Holy! The fuck is going on? Wow, they got me to 30% health. At least I survived that, whatever that was. Man, I lost all my armor and my health in one encounter. Oh, better than nothing. I have a blue keycard, right? Yeah, I have, okay. Oh. Oh, okay, I need to rush in. Go, 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 go. Am I gonna get locked in? I mean, I'm probably gonna get locked in, but this is maybe the way progress. Wounded? What is that? Pain elemental? Oh my god, really? That worked out. I'm gonna assume that's the bad water. Maybe I have to run. We go right side first because there's bullets there. Left side looks like it's the way to go, but maybe this is secret on the right. I don't have much health though. I'm gonna save again. Go! Hey, there's nothing here. I'm being lied to. Ow, 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 ow. Okay, there's nothing there. Alright, understood. Okay, I can get back at least. Oh! Alright, we're good then. What? I'm cheating? I'm so cheating? Oh, maybe. I didn't know Evie is streaming. Oh my god. Oh, did that not work? Evie is the current. Thank you, Evie. Here, let me try. Oh, there we go. Look at that, we're all trying to shout Evie out. Thank you for the raid, Evie. Power Wash Simulator? It's a game that I kind of want to try out someday. Also, welcome in, Raiders. And typing is hard with those big globs. Yeah, I know. Well, I don't know. I only have huge pepper paws though, so... In a way I can relate, I guess. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm Tiora. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits, and I do art sometimes. Welcome. It was good just power washing, clean a cement truck in a massive barn. Ooh, nice, nice, nice. Sounds good, sounds good. Yours again. Maybe. I'm playing Brutal Doom. Uh-oh. What? Whoa. How do you... What? I'm so confused. The pistol is so loud actually. Well, if Evie needs any post-stream kit, you know, get some food, get some drink, get some rest, I'd definitely go do them. It's very important to have post-stream kit. Oh, crap. Just going to relax till my partner is ready, then we watch stuff for the night. Of course, that sounds good. Ooh. I got my health and armor back. And then now we can go down here. What? Eh? What? Trying to be fast? No? Faster? Okay, I don't know what to do. That was weird. Maybe I have to go through one of these? Right. It just brings me... What? How about this one? Ooh. I'm so confused. Oh wait, is that what I got the armor and health from, I think? That has to be it. Okay. Oh.
Hats for the Kobo. Pat, 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 pat. There's a good girl. Always a cute little Kobo.
Evie is so heckin' nice, oh my god. Thank you, Evie. There we go. Sometimes I feel like being a kobold has such a nice like advantage. I guess I go down there first. Do I want to? Oh, there's a yellow key that I need. Okay, I do need to go down, I think. Being a kobold has an advantage. I feel like it's so easy to be a good kobold. It feels nice too. Nope. Oh my goodness, I don't like that. Oh, I have to be fast. This is fine. Oh. Oh, isn't that the clothing that will make me immune to the damage? Eek. Ah, okay. I'm the best. Well, I got the yellow key. I'm not too sure where do I go since these 3 doors doesn't really lead to anywhere. I guess I go back. There's a lot of shotgun shells that I kinda want. Oh! Oh, that needs yellow key as well? Oh.
I
Isn't-
sneak up on you and boo, boo, got your snoot. Oh, what a cute blushy Kobo.
My snoot has been booked on my gun. I like my snoot booked. Yeah, minigun is crazy also. Woo! Ooh. What? Oh yeah, I can use the weapon. Ooh. What's over here? Not much. I think this is the exit. Okay. Wow, brutal doom is kind of fun. Not gonna lie. I mean, the sound effect is kind of loud in general. Let me do a save. We missed the secret. How do I check for how many secrets we have? I wanna like put this at 59 as well. There, so that it will hopefully it won't be as bombastic, I feel like. Yeah, it sounds a little bit more like better. There should be like a button for map, no? M? No? M? Oh! Oh! 156 monsters and 18 secrets? Holy! Oh, tab! I didn't think about tab! Holy shit! Okay. Oh my god. There is headshot, that's crazy. Oh my god, one shot, one kill. So cool. Shotgun is kind of a sniper as well, look at that. Just trying to grab my loot. I think I want to get back here. There's like, yeah, this road here as well. Double. Actually, while you guys are still here, do you guys have any like mods, like Doom mods that is like, recommended for me to play? I prefer those like, well, I kind of prefer to have satisfying maps rather than tough maps, I feel like. Is that too hard? it might have been too hard, too much of a requirement, I feel like. We got him. Is this a trigger? It is, okay. Oh my god. Oh, they're shooting each other. How did this open? Did they get in here and then they open? Oh, I don't know what the trigger is. Weird. What happened? Oh! Oh! Another secret, very nice. So this one triggers that one as well? Yeah, it does. Interesting. Oh, I didn't know they can open up doors. I should probably wallhump a little bit more so that I can find secrets, maybe. But maybe not every door though. It'll be dumb. Oh, I don't like that thing. Ow, 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 ow. That was fun. No big deal. Mega sphere? No, it's soul sphere. I already have so much health though. Hmm? Hmm? I couldn't get up. What? Maybe there's something else that I need to do? I feel weird. I feel like someone was shooting me from behind. There's so many different death animations too. Holy shit, I just realized. That's a secret. I'm getting a bunch of rockets here. Very, very nice. Rocket launcher. Can I just... Sure I can. The secrets in this map is not so secret, I feel like. Oh, hi.
Let's rock.
Ooh. Oh, what is that? Do you want it? Can they have it? No? Okay. Ooh. Huh? I'm a spy. That's so cool. Why am I suddenly this? I don't think this is in the main. I don't think this is in the game itself. At least this is very cool. I don't know where I'm going now. Uh-oh. There was too many guns. What's going on? Oh, oh, was that the night vision goggles? Oh, I have full pistol bullet as well. Wow, I have so much bullet here. The game must have a little bit of an auto aim, I feel like. I feel like I'm shooting way too accurately. I mean, it's nice. Or maybe I'm just getting used to the aiming in this game, probably. Not scared by that thing. Secret? Oh my goodness, armor. What? What? Huh? Is that not a secret? I guess that's everything here. Why is there this helicopter here? Was it Was this thing here in the original game? Whoa. Revenant missile launcher? Whoa. Oh my goodness, I can use the enemy's weapon. Oops. Yeah, let's not waste them. Oh. Oh, che. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. I get it, I get it. This is where I came from with the Revenant thing. Oh yeah, this is a starting area. Confused Kobo noises? Oh, yellow door and blue door is there. I just realized there's one place I haven't gone to yet. Here. Ooh. Oh my god, it follows me? Ooh. Can I get your missile launcher? No? Vipshido? Hi, welcome. Hope you're doing good. I don't even know where I'm going anymore. Wait. Oh, okay, so they're kind of connected, all of them. Okay, one place left then. So here. Oh, it's stinky water. And chainsaw. And heal. The rocket. Energy cell. I have full energy cell. I kind of want this rocket though. Ow, 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 ow. I'm good. Oh? Ow, 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 ow. I got a mega sphere. How do I get back? Do I have to? I guess I have to run back. I mean, not much I can do here. Alright, here we go. Oh my god, we got open. That's pretty worth having the mega sphere. Okay, now we can use the key here, I think. Yeah. We use blue first. I mean, blue is on top. What is that sound? Why is the teleportation going on? I wanna save. I don't have a good feeling here. If something can constantly teleport like that, I don't think it's a easy enemy. Okay, what am I dealing with here? What? Am I saw it. Am I schizo? Oh, okay. Oh my god, it teleports. My ears are bleeding. Okay, how do I deal with that thing? Oh my god. Holy shit. So weird, how can they keep teleporting like this? It's almost dead, right? Nice. Easy, no problem. Tap. I found 12 secrets. I mean, that's not bad, right? Oh, wow. It could have been a little easier. If I just take the green sphere. It's okay. This is yellow, I think. I mean, I cannot really see since... Blue? Oh, okay, that's yellow. Ah. I guess I'm not really trying to get all the secrets. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I guess I'm not really trying to get all the secrets and stuff. I'm just trying to enjoy the game here, so I'm not really like... I'm not exactly trying to 100% this game at all. Right, let's continue. Circle of Death. Wait, let me check something real quick. Okay. Okay. Alright, I'm back. I guess I'll be playing Brutal Doom today until Zeus wakes up. Or, like, it's already... It's already 3:33. It would be a little bit awkward if we start now. It's okay. I'll ask if there's like any other days that we can do it together. Yeah, like gaming with Bracky and Zeus. I'll ask them if there's like any other days that they want to do like an extra. Would be nice. I like playing RV there, yet I'll peek with them. It's fun as heck. Anyway, let's continue. Is that? It is, okay. What the? Sorry? Ooh. Good Barony. Oh, wait, you're right though, we could Barony. Let's do one more stage, then I guess I can try out. I can play some Barony on stream. It is a fun little game. Get sniped. Ooh. Are they fighting each other? What happened? Who shot me? Get out of here. Also, hi Metal. Forgot to say, hope you're doing good. Yeah, I think they're actually fighting each other for some reason. I'll take it. That's friendly. I could save them. But they wouldn't survive for 10 seconds. Not worth the bullet, I feel like. I mean, that works. Uh-oh. Wow, this is actually kind of circle of death. Where do I go? Here. What's going on? Oh, it's you. Oh shit. Please don't come in here. Oh, we got him. What? And slept for like 12 hours for some reason. Oh. Honestly, these days, I don't know why I've been waking up. I've been waking up at like 5 or 6 in the morning, wake up for a bit, and then I'll just get back to sleep right after. But I'll always wake up for a while, which is kind of weird to be honest. Not too sure what's going on. Fire is so loud, holy shit. Is there like an ambiance volume? Music master sound. Aw. There's no ambiance volume. The fire is just blowing my eardrums. Holy shit. What is that? Holy fucking shit, I don't know what that is. It set me on fire. I got a plus. Did I just get a dual plasma gun? I didn't know I can dual wield, but I'll take it. Okay, we got the blue key card, so we can go there now. Wait, how do I dual wield the plasma gun? Did I just lost my privilege of dual wielding? Because I swapped out, I guess. It's okay. Oh boy. I guess I'm just helping them at this point. What? Oh my god. I'm being... The fuck? Sorry. I'm being beat. I'm being bite. Oh my god. High numbers. Hi Schnecker, hi Dragon. It's okay, Kobo can always fight back. Oh, numbers is doing good. Can you? Yeah, I can. I'm small, I can just crawl around. I can just crawl around Schnecker or Dragon and bite. I don't have red key. I have red key card now. I'm surprised nothing happened. So now we jump there. Considering how you normally are with the dragon, I don't think we can fight. Why? I still can. I wanna fight dragon. What is that sound? Thank goodness I saw that. Ooh. That doesn't sound good. Oh, it is Revenant. Okay. Nice, I think that killed them. Ooh. Grenade launcher? Oh, grenade launcher uses rockets as well, I think. What? I can't shoot. Right. Whoa. I guess it's more powerful, but shoots slower. Reload. Ay, yay, yay. Oh yeah, I have the armor. Hate those things. Secret? No. The green hurts my eye a little bit after a little bit of time. Whoa. Not that weird thing again. I mean, this is kind of a power fantasy, you know? This kind of feels good. I like it. Jump. I mean, I guess Doom in general is just kind of a power fantasy. My ears. Oh, I know what that is. Oh, okay. Oh. Ah, okay. I assume this is, yeah, it's the exit. Oh my god. That's how you get it. Is this a secret room? That might have been a secret room. I gotta save and let's try to go there. Oh. Oh my god, the amount of rockets. I'm full of rockets though. Is the game telling me to use more rockets or some shit? Yeah, okay. An energy cell? Oh my god. The good stuff. Lucky. How do I get that? I don't think I need to actually. Let's get to the exit. Oh, I forgot to check the map. It's fine. The factory. You have won? Your victory has enabled humankind to evacuate Earth and escape the nightmare. Now you're the only human left on the face of the planet. Cannibal mutations, carnivores, aliens, and evil spirits are your only neighbors. You sit back and wait for your death, content that you have saved your species. But then, Earth control beams down a message from space. Sensors have located the source of the alien invasion. If you go there, you may be able to block the entry. The alien base is in the heart of your own home city, not far from the starport. Slowly and painfully, you get up and return to the fray. That's so fucked up. I'm alone. I'm alone, and then they're like, go do this. Oh my god. I don't think the game looked like this before. Alright, I think that's enough Doom for a day. I wanna try... I wanna give Barony a try on stream. Yeah. I wanna see how the game feels on stream. The game kind of works off stream, like no lag and anything. So let's give it a try. Where's my mouse? Okay. Don't leave yet. There's a demon around the corner? Yeah. Boop. Oh. Oh. Well, that... I should drink water. I kinda want to take a small break before I start out Barony actually. Let me find some good music. I mean, at least the one that I was listening to. This one. Thank you, Zen, for the recommendation. I've been listening to Nobunoko so much, it's so good. It's so good. Let's loop this one, and I'm gonna take a small break. I'll be right back real quick. There. I should full screen this one, it's fine. There. Okay, I'll be right back real quick. Let me drink water first. Okay, I'll be right back. And remember to take care of yourselves as well. I believe Kobo. Okay, so let me change this real quick. I'm gonna. Kobo goes dungeon crawling in Barony. Did I come back to moaning? Did I moan? I don't think I moan. What do you mean I moan? That's a hi Fufi. Barony. And Kobo goes yip. Yip. This is so good though, Nobunoko. Milky Daddy? Gosh, the music is such a vibe. Music for Animal Cafe's full. Oh, it's yeah. It's such a vibe. I love this. Anyway, do they want to keep the music open while I play Barony-ing? I mean, Barony can be kind of quiet, I guess, since Barony doesn't really have music unless there's battle going on, and then the battle usually lasts for a few seconds only. I'm keeping the music on, but in a very soft like. It's not gonna be this now. It's gonna be a lot softer here. Okay, there we go. I changed my things, right? Barony. Oh yeah, I need to join the voice chat, I forgot. Like, give me a second. Where's it up? Wait. Why is it not opening? That's weird. I think it's this. It's not? Something is messing with the thing. Well, I'm confused. No big deal. Let me just put this one in. And then let me go to Discord. Go here. Okay, this one and then ooh. Oh wow, metal is big. There, it's metal. Wow.
Underground, suckled on the teeth of stone.
Barony. I just found the coolest strike ever in my Mario level, but when do we stop working? What? Like, it just... The mod just sort of dies, question mark? Are rats that deadly in the game?
Yeah, rats are bad when you fight more than one.
I think I fought a few bats in the game, they're not that bad, I feel like, question mark? Maybe? Oh, maybe I just got
You want
lucky.
a caster class.
A cluster?
Casters get like no armor starting out, so rats are dangerous.
Ah, that makes sense. Janky game? I mean, if it randomly stops working, then yeah, it is a janky game. Does it usually take that long for you to load as well, Barony?
Oh, really? When you did tab out.
A few times, yeah, I did. Oh, there we go. I think I already turned off the music for this game. The game doesn't lag anymore. I was busy confronting a cluster of friends. I'm exhausted extraordinaire. Dang, that's tough. Dang. Oh, it still remembers my thing. I'm the monk.
Yep.
I'm Leo Tira or something. I just changed his eye color. I'll still be monk if that's okay with you.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Okay, trying to move my inventory around again.
I made the game is slightly louder.
Oh, come on.
I think I have a bunch of books that I can read. I can give you a light.
Like Yagami?
Light who?
Ah, the book destroyed when I read it.
Oh, it's okay. What is this?
Let you to rechange your class and race.
Oh, I don't need that. I want to take a few torches. There's a lot of fighting going on already.
Yeah.
Okay, that was very loud. I want to see what's fighting. Me.
Rock.
Where rock? Behind skeleton. Rat.
Look. See, rats are dangerous to me.
Oh no! What do I do with them? Oh. You wanna restart? I feel like this is better for the restart.
That's fine.
It's fine.
See how far you can go.
I cannot really like appraise anything. I'll give it a try.
Rat.
Oh, you can open up doors. Mistress of farts. Oh, are you backing up because you have no health? Get out of here.
Another rat.
Why am I hearing kiki kokoko?
Rat somewhere?
Oh.
Spiders, actually.
Uh-oh. Door
If you
stopped.
press this, you can squash some of them.
Who? Where did metal go? Wait, I came from here. Uh-oh.
There's a chest here.
Tin opener? I'm
You
kidding.
to open cans so you can eat them.
Ooh, I killed the rat. More skeleton.
Skinnyton?
I punch him good. Oh, am I dead?
Probably. Slams are strong.
Slimes are strong. Here, you can have the light again.
Okay.
Oh, I forgot to cast light. No wonder I can't see anything. Right, let me grab all the torches here. Apparently they have good armor. It's so dark. You don't expect everything to maul you hard. Yeah, it is Barony. The game did say that the game is like super duper hard as like the first thing, but I can understand.
Depending on your class and then how many people and whatnot.
I think monk feels like the easiest class,
It's got good survivability.
so it has to be the easiest. Lucky. Oh, are you here?
Red!
Right. Punch. I will punch Rakta for you. Skeleton. You got him. More skeleton. Here. I punch him good. Thank you.
Ooh, necklace. Can I identify that? I can.
There's a scroll on the ground. Labeled Hakamucha. Here. You wanna you wanna read Hakamucha?
Oh, have these in case I'm not around.
Oh. Thank you. I'll use them when I can. Oh, when I need to. I think I heard rat. Rat.
Rat-a-tat.
Cheese. I got cheese. I hear a rat somewhere.
Apple. Ah, then Apple's cursed.
Oh. Skeleton behind that gate.
Nothing in there.
With a campfire.
Cursed.
What is that?
That's a hat.
Oh, you can take it. I got a rough
Identify
emerald.
that. Ooh,
And then
hood for you.
Ooh,
That's got nothing on it.
oh, it's blessed.
Wrong way, we've been that way.
Uh-oh, skeleton.
Skellington. And a rat.
I'll punch him for you. Yeah.
Let's buy equipment. Oh, that's handy.
I have a bunch of cheese if you want to identify them in the book.
Okay.
Oh, we found the door.
I am invisible.
Ooh.
Looks like we cleared the level already.
I think so. Although I still hear one rat somewhere. Ooh, I found a staff. Oh, that's not a staff. It's a cursed staff. Oh. There's an unopened gate somewhere. Money? And a spell book and money and switch?
Like a spell book with my switch. Oh, you opened
Red.
it.
I punch red. Punch red. There's a chest here.
I will identify that.
Oh, I have a spell book and 2 meat to let you identify.
I might need the torches.
Oh, you need torches?
No, I won't need them. I dropped them.
Oh. I have 12 torches. I should have enough now. I think we can go to the next floor now.
Here's the meat for you.
Oh. The game starts sometimes still when I stream. Money. Battle book or bottle book? Let me try out this one. Oh. I think I hear Spooder.
Oh, yeah. Rat.
Punch, 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 punch. I'll travel on the head first.
Skeleton!
Ay, 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 ay. Behind you, there's a little skeleton. I'll punch him for you.
Ow.
It's okay, I'll tank. Oh my god.
Ooh, wait, I already know your ring, so that'd be better for me. Use that. Swap sticks. Put that on.
Ooh, we have a chest here.
Use
A
that.
towel. Red. Towel. Serviceable towel. I still cannot identify things. Ooh. How did I die? I was so far away from the boulder.
Lag?
Probably. It's okay. No big deal. Right, let me... I want to follow...
To find the eggs. Oh, there it is.
Nice. Oh. Oh, didn't you want to explore the place a little bit? think I can make the game a little bit louder
That's
still.
useless. That's useless. That's useless. Oh god.
I took your healer doublet. Don't doublet?
It doesn't do anything.
It sells for 100 money. It shows here with only one way. I hear scooter. Oh my god, oh my god. Don't you turn around. Did you get poisoned? Or you...
Yeah, I got poisoned.
Oh. Scroll. Did you just say
Scroll,
scroll?
yum,
Yum yum.
Yeah, it's someone's food, but it's cursed. Nothing valuable in there.
Friend?
Fren!
Book. Brand new spell book.
Ew. Rat!
Right? You
Help me,
no,
friend!
I cannot get there. Oh my god. Did this road split? Oh, he can have it.
Hello.
Switch? Right.
Neat.
Spooder!
Oh shit.
What? Mhm. I got flawless
Poison.
gem.
Yeah, poison.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, there's two doors again. There's a sign that just says no trespassing.
Yeah, that's where the secret level is with those names we tried to find last time.
Did I almost die from a boulder?
That wasn't me.
Spooder! Thank you. Oh, you can heal that far. Wow. I
Looks like we've
found
explored everything.
this.
Ring.
Oh, the hood is broken. And I got a few gems
That's
and stuff
spirit weapon. What did that do?
in the potion.
Oh. It's a flint for a little while. Okay, that might come in handy for me.
Hi, Nina.
Do you need chest piece?
Chest piece? Oh, it's super duper heavy. Oh, mine doesn't have armor class. This one has 3. It does make me low, right? Oh, a lot slower. Maybe not.
You can take a hit though, so
Right, I can take many hits. I'll
I don't know
wear
what
it.
the trade-off would be.
I mean, I would like to travel around faster since I can reach you faster, I think. I'm ready. Mini scooter.
Cursed hell.
Hope Nina is doing good. Boulder. Bed. Oh my god, bed. Ay, ay, ay. I don't like that sound.
Don't you, Flynn? Nothing beats a fresh cream pie.
Okay. There's a merchant. I'm hungry, I cannot believe it.
Cursed.
I'm good. Nice, good to know. I found troll.
You found troll?
Yeah, where I'm looking at this troll. And the magical stuff in the ground.
Oh, troll.
I have a few things that I want to give it to you. For you to identify. I can go punch him if you like.
You know that?
I'll punch him. Nice. We are so strong. Did that in here? And Sappho is recovering great from a spade too. Nice, good to know. And Kitty, amazing.
Neck for you.
I found spell book. Oh, thank you.
That's bad.
Another spell book behind you. Human friend.
Cursed. Woman friend?
Yeah. Here.
Yay!
Are we fine? Oh, I didn't see the wreck.
Oh, that's poison.
Of sickness. Ooh, I don't like that. Can I push boulder?
If you
Yeah, that-
have a
like-
strength ring, you can.
And the game says I like the might too. And Kobo too weak. Press button. Oh. Sent you another photo of her? I'll take a look after. Gonna look since I look after her for a while. My mom needs to give my sister a lift. Okay. Of course. Sure. And take care of Sappho. And thanks for the lurk, Nina. Oh my god, the game started so much. I'm gonna see if I can turn down the graphics a little bit.
First.
Gold key? How do we even get gold key?
Somewhere? I don't think you'll want this, but yeah.
Ring of Might and Grant's push. Oh, can I hold on to it for now?
You can hold on to it.
I have a gem, and I think I'm ready to go for the next floor. Yeah.
Alrighty. Oh, it's a reprieve.
Reprieve.
This one's still alive.
Oh, I can't open that. Staff of. Oh, that's convenient.
Oh, chest is locked.
It's open now.
Oh. Excellent bronze axe. I can appraise things now. Ooh, okay. I didn't even realize I can appraise things already.
Yeah, it's based on your perception.
Alright, I'm ready.
I was having a drink.
Drink it.
Slime!
Worn iron kill. Nice. Boulder. God damn
you
it.
found a rock.
There's so many boulder.
Human, wake up! I want to recruit you.
I'll be fine. You can explore this place for a bit.
Human, wake up! Wake up! Can I just do this?
I can push item.
Yeah! Oh, that's broken.
Oh.
Drop stuff everywhere.
I'm hearing weird noises.
Yeah?
Yeah, there's a very weird noise behind this iron door. Mimic? Hold on.
Shopkeep, why?
Shopkeeper did it. Oh no, Mimic. I don't know, how can I help? No. Shopkeep grieved.
Shopkeep killed my friends.
I saw. Shopkeep did the fireball at them and they fucking exploded. Yeah. Ooh, dark.
Ew.
Thank you.
All the best.
Oh, that's the loudest laugh in the entire game. Oh, skeleton. Thank you. I hear that. Right. Oh.
I might be able to open that.
Careful, skeleton behind you. Ooh. Punch skeleton.
Cursed.
Okay, identify the sheep. Man.
Cursed.
Oh. Oh, we can destroy doors? Let me go.
Look. Oh, you're blocking my friend.
Me? Oh, sorry. I was changing a little bit of like settings to make it feel less laggy, I think. Okay, this one.
Leave it in there, though.
Oh my god, oh my god. Okay, the game looks... The game feels better now, I think.
Looks more like Minecraft.
It just looks a little bit like... a little bit... less sharp.
Yes, prepare thyself, evil skeleton.
Switch.
Cursed.
Well, I'm also appraising things now. Heck yeah.
Oh, I am now levitating.
Levitating?
I drank water and I'm levitating.
Nice. Flying ball.
Special skeleton!
Oh my god. Oh no, I'm too far from you. I'm coming.
You don't know!
Yeah, I'm coming. Ooh, oh my god, hole.
I.
How dare you?
You have to back up.
Oh.
Ah!
No, they almost died. I blocked it the wrong timing. That's on me.
The unique skeleton. They have legendary axe.
Ooh.
Oh, there's the exit.
Hmm.
Cursed. Nope.
Can push him.
It's an eye patch.
Sneak vision. But I have an iron helmet.
No, it goes on the top left.
Oh. Oh. Water breathing? Oh, thank you.
I hear a lot of spiders. That better not be Sheila.
Yeah. Like Spooter and a lot of rats as well. Back.
That's.
Ooh, punch, punch, punch. Oh my god, there's so many misses.
That's a lot of spiders.
Yep. Oh, they died. Oh, they died to the trap. Sleepy troll. There's a sleepy troll.
No, there's only one spider.
Hmm. The trap is activated anymore?
No.
Take on. There's a lot of food in there.
Well, there's the exit.
Oh no, slime!
Troll.
Slime, slime! Punch, 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 punch. Oh my god. I don't like slime. Oh, you got poisoned.
I got hungry.
Bad
Ow.
skeleton. I want to identify as much things as possible. Quarter stuff? Quarter stuff sounds like a monk weapon, no?
No, you only use fist.
Oh.
That's a trap room. I'm not going down there.
Oh.
Oh, I started there.
Spooter. Troll. Did he see us?
Nope, he walked off. Skeleton didn't though. Hello.
Get punched. Ooh.
Nope, I can say that. Oh, get open
Oh,
doors!
oh,
Run! Run!
Mimic
It's too
eats my
strong.
Mimic eats my brass knuckles. Fight them, troll, fight them. Is it doing it? No, it's not. I can try punching it.
It ain't my thing of Olympic thing.
Ah! Ow, 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 ow. Get it. Holy Mimic hurts. I'm coming.
Eh. It ain't your clothes.
Oh. I lagged. Unfortunate. It's okay.
I got your stuff though.
Heck yeah. That's good enough.
Yeah, don't hurt me, troll. Alright. Here's your shirt, here's your thing. Here's your thingamajig.
My everything got eaten.
I don't know if you can learn these, but you can try.
I have a lot of cursed items now. This one is character attributes?
It doesn't do anything.
I'll try that.
Can't identify them. Too powerful.
Slightly aged 4%. Oh, the game says, oof, you're really full now. I guess I ate too much.
Well, you won't need to eat for a while. Can you learn these?
Oh. No. I can learn cure ailment.
Hang on to the healing one. So yeah, if you're poison, burning, or something, you can use that and it'll stop it.
Right, let me...
Come in.
This one...
Is that your beak, Herman?
I'll keep the empty bottle. Might need it.
Wait, Herman, come here. Oh, I can't command you to pick things up yet. No fair.
Oh, boulder trap
Oh,
somewhere?
the troll.
I think I can
No,
punch
no,
against them.
no.
Oh help! Oh my god.
Well, he died.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. It took two of my Ay! I got you. I broke my armor. You figure out the jank? Ooh, so it's fixed now? Heck yeah. Oh, there's excellent magic stuff.
Magic books. What do you got? I will buy that. That. Damn.
Did I just see a boulder somewhere?
Yeah. I can now cleanse food.
Nice.
You can read any of these. You can by all means use them.
The books?
Yeah, the book's in here.
of donation. Do I just read all of these?
Yeah, you can read them if you can.
I read Blood Ward. Spellbook deteriorates.
Bloodward's good. It helps prevent bleed and poison. But you gotta maintain it with mana, so I don't know if
Oh,
you
I
can.
learned donation. Spellbook revert form. I learned revert form. There's gum. I learned cleanse
You
food.
can now cleanse food, yeah.
Yeah, I have 2 books left. Mysticism? Ooh. Remove active shapeshift of polymorph. Restore food to fresh quality and remove curse.
Yeah.
Oh, so I
in
can just...
theory, I took the cheeses. Oh, it doesn't remove the curse. But it makes it fresh, so it won't, like,
There's
cause a
no...
problem when you eat it.
Yeah. No mana.
Oh, you got no mana.
Yeah. I'm dumb. I'm only monk. I'll travel around for a little bit. Spooter.
Cauldron.
Cauldron? Ooh, we can make the ration thingy again, no?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Yeah, there we go.
Money.
I need to like bring all the food here.
To the cauldron?
Yeah.
I can give it to you. You can make the rations and stuff.
Okay.
That should be awesome. You want the potions so that you can make some ration?
Yeah.
I have these and the one that you gave me.
Okay. This will heal you over time when you eat them.
Ooh. Thank you.
I created slop. Whoops.
Slop.
That is useless.
Slop ball.
Oh well.
Ooh. Oh, that. One armor class offhand.
Nice. More fresh rations.
I guess I don't need torches anymore. I do have light spell.
It does take mana to maintain though.
Oh. You're right.
That's probably why you're always out of mana for your thing.
It's okay though. I'll use a shield rather. Also, I got raided. Oh my god. Horse dragon. Oh my god, the dragon. Yeah, dragon. Holy heck. Ooh, Luna Sid? Oh my god. I haven't finished Luna Sid yet, holy crap. How was Luna Sid Dragon? Hope you're enjoying whatever this is. This is Barony. I'm playing with Metal Kobold.
Yay!
Yeah. Also, welcome in Raiders. I'm Tiara. I'm a Kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits, and I do art sometimes. Welcome.
What was that cauldron again?
I don't remember. Oh, we explored the entire
There it
map.
is. Okay, make this fresh. The rations fresh.
I wasn't really sure where to go to continue, but up to that point it was pretty neat. Yeah, I'm also at the point where I'm stuck and not too sure where to go, so I know how you feel. I'm coming. There we... Okay. I hear Skitty.
That's
Ooh, slingshot. Punch, punch, punch.
slime.
So, oh my god, I'm coming. I can do this. Thank you. I got excellent slingshot. Do you use slingshot?
No, I use sticks
Ah,
and long sticks. Ah, it's a trap.
oh my god. Skeleton behind you. I got him.
That's a chef's hat. What's in here?
Bandana.
Bread.
Moldy
That's not
cheese.
worth opening.
True. I could punch it if you want. I think I can
punch
punch
it?
him. Yeah. Let me try breathing fire on them first. La, 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 la.
Fire strong.
Fire strong, punch strong.
Here lies Weird Ed.
Ooh, +3 armor class. I got a better shield. What happened?
Go away. Oh,
Oh my god,
no, no.
I'm coming! Punch, punch, punch.
Oh, that's useless.
Jim.
That's useless.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention. If Horse Dragon wants to take that post-stream care, definitely go do them.
I'm not going in there.
What happened?
Uh-oh.
What does that sound? Oh my god, this mimic!
No, it ate my shield! Die! Give me back
Oh my
shield.
god, he had my shield as well.
Oh, there's yours. There's your armor at 8.
Oh.
There's your ring at 8.
He ate so many of my
And
stuff.
there's your neck at 8.
Thank you. Kitty Meaty came to sit on my lap when I sat down. Oh my god, so adorable.
Stupid merchant having a mimic.
Yeah. Merchant Dum Dum.
Fire, ripping, cold.
I'm hearing some weird noises, I think.
Wait, does this require recharging? Hang on.
Hmm?
Merchant, did you have that scroll of recharge? Yes, you did. It's a repair job, not a recharge job. Okay.
Ooh, money.
He said I need light no more. It's a rat!
Bronze key.
Dang it, stop getting hungry.
You alright?
I think so.
I have a bronze key now. Okay.
Ooh, lockpick.
It's a door that leads to nothing.
You attack the darkness? I mean the wall?
I attacked the wall. I have so many gems on my inventory.
Yeah, it's not worth using the bronze key on the doors because only one of them has bread and the other one has the chef's hat, which isn't really worth anything.
Oh,
Yeah, because we're tall, we can look into the rooms normally and see what it is.
then I'll keep the key then.
That's a confusion stone. Can't use that.
Restores a large amount of hunger. Requires a tin opener to eat. Oh.
Yeah.
May gain HP MP regen. May cause greasy hands. And greasy hands is kind of funny.
My tin smells like crabs.
Yeah. Uh oh. Wait, how do I get?
Uh-oh.
How do I get to where you are? Hmm? Potion of confusion.
Yeah, it's very confusing.
I'm ready.
Please not a mimic. Oh, it's locked.
This one's still alive.
I don't have opening, do I? Nope.
I found another blood ward plus 2 question mark? Is it like stronger?
Oh, if you cast it from your this book, it's stronger. Yes.
You want it?
Oh, it's cursed. Maybe.
You can take a look.
Nah, it does the exact same as my current one. Just like it'll cost slightly less mana, so I don't need it.
Ooh.
I don't want that.
I'm ready.
Let's try kill the Barony. Let's give through the swamp, but human.
Oh, I wanted to
Hi.
punch him. I almost couldn't
There's a
handle
shop over there.
Spooter.
Human. Hi, I hear you, human.
Nice.
Is it an archery shop? Yeah, it is. I will buy your meat off you, sir, and your excellent stuff for when eventually mine dies.
There's a sleeping goblins, right? Punch him.
Yeah, punch him.
All right. Big punch.
Yeah, I normally charge up my punch too when I see sleeping people.
Yeah. Oh my god, you're so strong.
That's not me doing that.
Oh, there's someone else who know how to heal?
No, that's me.
Oh, thanks.
Scared to go that way. There's a trap. Slime! Go, minions! Yes, upgrade my leadership.
You now have basic skill in lore. Nice.
Human! Hi! Well, they're stuck over there, so... yay?
Ooh. I found cream pie.
Cream pie for everyone!
Ooh. I'm struck by a boulder, but I didn't die.
Yeah, it takes like 50 health, and if you've got more than that, you should survive.
Yeah, I'm left with 18 health though. Do you want the water breathing necklace?
No.
Alright, I'll hold on to it then.
Can you learn this yet? I don't know why I'm carrying it.
Not yet learnable, it says.
Never mind, then you can just drop it.
Yeah, the spell is too difficult, it says. I'm too dum-dum. You're not dumb, Yuki. Oh my god. Hi, Mars. Oh my god, the squeaky dragon.
Oh wait, this requires 31. You might be able to learn that one.
Minor heal other. I learned it. It deteriorates. Oh. Heal other, does it heal me?
I don't know.
Let me
I
try.
think it heals one other person for one over whatever for a while. So, no, but you learned it.
Spell. Cast spell. Cast spell.
So you only target on ally. Oh well.
Excuse me, but Tyra, you are a good girl. Pat pat pat.
Oh. I've been. Oh my god. Also, hope Mars is doing it. No way, the game says I'm hungry. It's okay, I have a lot of food. Ration hit the spot? Doing okay, trying to be sleepy? Well, I hope being on my stream helps a little bit. Oh, thank you. I have health.
Oop, they're fighting. What are they fighting?
Uh-oh.
Slime.
I'm coming. Oh. Slime. Oh my god. Not afraid of you, slime. I punch slime. Oh my god, +4 armor class? I found a really strong armor.
Yeah, go my friends.
Faded scroll of light traits like vanishes on use. Oh,
Ooh, slow hunger. God.
ooh. Ah. There's a merchant where I am.
Cursed. Wait, I can uncurse that, right? Yay!
Oh, it's a potion shop. Oh, there's nothing I wanna buy. Oh.
Oh, that's cursed.
Oh. Oh no.
I found the exit and we all died.
All died? Oh no. I'm still trying to like identify as much things as I can.
Kobo.
Get punched. Oh, slime? Oh. Is that bad?
Yeah, it's human.
Oh.
He's the only one that survived.
Oh no. Well, I'll try to get as much stuff as possible then. I don't think I can bring... It just says good day to me.
Good day to you, sir.
Good day.
Whatever they say.
Oh, the boulder is on the way. Do I need Is there like any items that you drop when you die?
No. That's all the NPC stuff.
Oh, then I'll drop them. Hopefully it's fine. Repairs, magic stuff, and enchanted feathers. Ooh, I think I give that scroll to you. Okay, I'm going down now.
Okay. Heal.
Thank you. I have this.
Charge.
I feel very healed. I'm hoping I can appraise these gems soon. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 gems.
You need a lot of perception and appraisal skill for them.
Oh, I'll keep them for now. They're not heavy at all.
Hey, a zombie.
Zombie.
Blah.
Oh, nice. Scooter. Slime. I can punch him.
Not while in the water, you can't.
Punch, 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 punch. That's bad, right? Ooh.
Oh, there goes your shirt.
I'll steal them. Oh, my shirt's gone. No, it's +4. +4.
That's cursed.
Armor class. Dang it. Oh, it's a cursed cloak.
Bunch of food. Ah. I need a cauldron again.
Ooh. If you have a cauldron, I have a little bit of food for you to make them.
If we find a cauldron.
Yeah. And so far, I'm not seeing any cauldron.
Oh, we gotta find a gold key.
Do they actually spawn? I've never seen a gold key anywhere.
Die.
No, metal
Oh,
strong.
there's a gold key. There we go.
Oh, nice.
Where's that thing? There it is. Orb.
I found purple crystal.
Oh, that's a secret level. If you go through there, you'll almost boulder traps above you will trigger.
Oh, equip a blessed wolf hood. You can pet the dog. It says I got an achievement.
Yeah, best wolf help. You can pet the dog.
Ooh. Let's hope it doesn't break. Oh, give me a second. I wanna.
Ow.
Okay, I'm back. You wanna blast the blasted iron helmet?
I got a hood.
Oh, the wolf hood. Okay, I'll throw it. I'll throw it. I don't know if it's worth going to the secret level.
A lot of the time, it isn't, depending on which one. I didn't even think we could identify the unique item that's in there.
Oh. Are you a purple slime? Oh, it's a hood.
those are cursed. I can't eat them.
Okay, I'm ready.
You need to find a cauldron or a frying pan, because apparently those can drop too. Oh, hello, baddos. Lots of baddos.
Oh, help.
No!
Oh, they killed a human.
I just recruited him to heal him.
Oh. I didn't punch fast enough. Let me appraise these.
Hello, and welcome.
I need a repair
Morgan.
scroll.
Thank you, Morgan. Oh, Morgan. Also, welcome. Hope you're doing good. Two armor class? It's the same. Cloak with no armor class. Ay! I'll help you, I'll help you. Hey. Did my breastplate just... It's always breastplate. Oh, slime!
How many are there? Spider.
Oh.
Water.
Slime!
Slime.
Many slime! I'm naked.
You're naked.
I was lagging for a bit.
Spoiler.
There. Better than nothing. Give me a second. I'm gonna...
Are you somewhere safe?
Yeah, I feel safe. I'm gonna close the curtains. The sun's shining directly in my face. Me when I play... Water is very dangerous. Me. I guess water can be dangerous, no?
I need to find a gold key.
Oh, I didn't prepare... I didn't prepare my light skill. Hi, average goldman. Go ahead and narrate and have a good night. Thank you. Thanks for stopping by.
Slime.
I'm coming.
Ow.
Slime.
My slime academia.
Does the slime keep spawning somehow?
Do you have a gold key on you?
I have a bronze key.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
I wonder where it is. Because it's normally on the level that we need to find it. I want shiny. Then... but then we have to get like food.
I'm very hungry.
Yeah, I can't find the key. Slime!
Oh,
Ow. Oh well, we should leave.
yeah, I don't think I can see any keys here.
I have a lot of food on me.
I just had some. Bear hood? Cloak of Magic Reflection. Grants Magic Reflection.
Let's do
I think that's good. Ooh. Got a blessed shield. I found a gold key.
Oh, you found it?
It's on the table.
Where was that door again?
I don't remember.
Oh, found it.
I'll follow you. Nice.
Oh, you opened it, you can loot it.
Oh my god, there's so many things though.
You got a red backpack!
Worn
We need to
back.
try and repair it.
I think I'll let you take them. I'm not too sure what to do with them.
Okay.
I'm appraising gems.
That's nothing.
My gems are gonna get so appraised. Oh my god. Finally.
I can use that for now. Oh, super good shield.
Super good shield.
I dropped it for you.
I won. Oh my god, super good shield.
Okay, that was worth.
Rough piece of worthless glass. Oh, imitation gem.
I'm gonna yip. Oh no. I mean, oh yeah, I'm gonna yip. I'm ready.
Okay. Oh, a reprieve.
Oh, explore, escape the swamp. I got an achievement.
You know nothing of the power that I found here.
Rough piece of worthless glass. What? All the gems are like worthless glass?
They can be.
It's a blessed worthless glass though. Rest knuckles. Oh, it's the same with mine. I have 2 blessed glass.
It's gonna take forever to appraise these.
I'm appraising the gems one by one.
I'm appraising books incredibly slowly.
Oh. Tree tomahawks?
Welcome to the maze.
Uh-oh. A slime jumps! Oh my god, it scared the fuck out of me. I punch him.
Slime.
Run! Uh-oh, I think you're on fire just now.
I'm burning.
I'm getting more worthless glass.
Human, hi.
Nice. Who shot me?
I don't know. Trap?
Oh, Kobo.
No! Human!
Oh yeah, you keep shooting. I'll punch the fuck out of you. Keep shooting.
Here, where? Where?
Oh, I don't know. No, I don't see
Get
the
so
bone.
concerned when I hit rock.
I hate the rock. It's the only time I'll hate the rock. Uh-oh, my brass knuckle broke.
Oh, I'm paralyzed. Ah!
Oh. Ay, 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 ay.
Ooh, I'm not paralyzed. Eat all the apples.
I guess I gotta punch with her bare hands now. Is anything my cat my lap? I wonder what all of them are.
Paralyzed.
Sarcophagus? Is it a good idea to punch a sarcophagus? Rock?
Rock. Ow.
Did you survive the rock?
Survived the rock.
Wow. I don't know why I have the urge to punch a sarcophagus. Alright. Oh! Take.
Oh, I conjured food for you.
Conjure food?
Yeah, I conjured food there.
Oh my god, there's a lot of food. It's all fresh. Don't you need some?
No, I got too much.
Alright. I got what? Sanctuary damage resistance increased per tier.
Poison resist. Yay.
Lord Garnet. Ooh, I found a garnet? Olympic swimming. Divine Fortress?
That's what I used on the ground. It sells for a lot if you want to hang on to it.
I want to hang on to it. 1200 it sells for, holy crap. When we Barony? Do you play Barony? I haven't played the new DLC, I'm playing as the Salamander.
More lizard.
Let's it.
Not one of these.
Oh, troll. I'll punch the troll. I found a decrepit crystal spear if you want it.
I don't think I can use it.
I don't know. It's behind you. They need swimming? I mean, I'm swimming as a salamander. Oh, nerf? I don't know. I never played Barony before. This is like first, second time playing Barony with metal. So I don't know what's different between like the old Barony and the new Barony. Slightly aged Tomani.
Found the exit.
Cool. Worthless glass. Garnets here.
Stretch.
I'm so lost. What is this?
You can use your mini map to find the path.
It's so small.
I know. If you push the console command button, which is next to your number 1, it brings it up bigger.
I'm okay. Oh, I found road. I'm here.
Hello.
Finally. Isn't Dragon new DLC? Are you not playing DLC? I am. Look, I'm a salamander. Broken cloak of magic reflection. Oh. Worthless glass.
It broke. Shop. This is a shop. I want Inzies. Oh, hello, Scarab.
Oh.
You will not stop me from getting Inzies.
Solar, hi. Oh my god, second. Hope Solar is doing good. Second. I found the exit.
I'm at shop.
It's
Dropping
okay.
things that I've bought.
You pull the lever, but the mechanism still what? Lever grinds further along with resistance. You hear a click for the mechanism. What?
You need to come to me now.
Oh, it's a
Yes.
time.
Who are you?
Alright, I'm coming. Hello.
Here. Better punching.
Oh my god, better punching. Two of them too.
Case one breaks.
Oh, thank you. Oh my god. The wrong lever? No, it was good.
What do you have?
Kobo streaking.
Can't open up.
I wanna do the timed. Oh, I'm coming. What happened?
I'm just
Mimic?
gonna close that.
I think I can win against Mimic.
I don't want to accidentally hit the merchants, so they can stay in there.
Alright. Has Kobo not seen Emperor's New Groove? No. Is that the Kronk? The one now? Woo! Here he comes.
My weapon!
I stole my thing. I'm just gonna freaking punch you. I have health. I have health. No shit. I have health. In front of you, even though I'm naked, I can punch you.
All that stuff's yours, so you'll have to pick it all up.
Okay.
You are completely naked.
they ate all my things. I'm okay though. Rough ring of magic resistance.
Hell.
Ooh, you want this magic resistance ring?
Sure.
Here. Why do you even have that lever anyway? I don't know. Lifeless glass.
I can't learn. I can't learn. Can't use. Oh wait, yeah, I can. Never mind. Why did I drop that?
I'll explore around more.
Might need more XP.
Thank you. What?
Okay. Hold that for a Scorpion.
It is indeed a Kronk movie. It is good. Recommend. Oh, it's a movie?
Not that. I'm not going in there. Goblin! Oh, dead.
Declan.
Scorpion. Oh, paralyzed.
Mm. Oh, cursed meat. I found blessed cheese.
Did you?
Rock where?
I don't know. It wasn't me.
I didn't see the rock anywhere, so it's not me. I'm not even hearing them cooking. Oh. Hungry? I'll eat. I keep hearing like weird noises around here.
Oh, there's scarabs.
Scarabs?
Or the insectoid people.
Oh. Door. Door. This place is huge.
Yep, these are the mazes. They are big.
Very big. I heard them.
Hurt them?
I hear the weird noises getting closer. Are they friendly?
Nope.
Should I kill them?
You could try.
Ooh. Lesser insectoid. I thought they were friendly because when I get close to them, they wasn't doing anything to me. Apparently, I'm just stealthy. I hope you don't mind me exploring this place a little bit.
It's okay.
Ooh, nice boot.
Gives me time to identify things. Hello.
Hey. I think that's enough exploring for now. Lesser insectoid is now no more insectoid. Oh no. Oh, something's coming.
Dang it, it ruined my spells.
Oh my god, Sophia. There's more dragon, oh my god.
Stop doing that.
Hello, dragon.
Hey, what are your boots?
Huh?
What are your boots?
I have blasted iron boots.
You want to walk on water?
What the walking? Oh. Ooh, I won. You want mine?
Okay.
I found a gold key, by the way.
That means there's a door somewhere.
There's a shiny door somewhere. Gonna have to loot.
Troll!
Oh, I'm coming. I can punch him for you. I know 3 of you. I got him.
Slide!
It's like, I'm coming. No. I help you punch. Did I just hear a lick? Scorpion. Ooh, halberd. Let me steal all of these.
Bird. Oh, found it.
The door?
The key.
Yeah. You can
And
take the
orb.
stuff inside.
Orb will make the Barony boss a bit easier. Shop, what are you? Miscellaneous? At least I did know it this time. You're not a mimic! Shop, come here.
Cursed gem. Worthless glass. There sure is a lot of worthless glass here.
You didn't have anything.
哎，鸡巴干吓死我妈的！我的妈，鸡巴一都吓死了。Sorry, that scared the fuck out of me. Book.
Oh, hello.
Oh. Wow, metal stonk.
Ooh, rose.
Steel. +1 charisma grants neutrality to incubi and succubi. Do you need the eye patch then? I have an eye patch.
No, I got the food sweetened grass thingy.
Oh, okay. I'll hang on to the thing. Gaerten, hi. I think I still am like butchering your name. I'm sorry, but still, hi. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good.
I have so much food.
Maybe I can change rings out now with the slow digestion and get something that's like better.
I mean, I still have an extra magic resist ring if something's hitting you with magic.
Ooh, yeah, I can wear that. Thank you.
Can I have a cauldron, please? Or a frying pan offhand thingy?
Why did it suddenly jump to Wii Shop Bling? Oh my god.
You, finally awake.
Slime!
Oh no. I'm coming.
Haha! Kobold too strong.
And Kobold
Oh, I found
strong
the
now.
exit.
Nice.
Poison.
I'll find you. Oh, that just did a U-turn. Oh, wow.
Corrupted fish.
You pulled the
Smells
lever.
like turkey.
Mechanism still inactive.
I believe in Tila.
Hmm? I'm
Yeah, you punch them.
I got him. Oh. I got the blessed iron boots. I'll throw away the eye patch. I don't need this.
Most of my inventory is food.
Food good.
Hello.
I found
Just throwing
metal.
away stuff.
This is the furthest we've gone to.
Yep.
I feel so stung.
I'm not doing that.
Hungry? I'll eat food. You okay?
Paralyzed.
Oh, troll.
Ow.
Oh my god, I just melted the troll.
Limes. Go away.
Food good? Kobo good? Don't eat Kobo! Uh oh. Hi again, numbers. Still used to assessing gameplay? I mean, I'm just punching. Hmm. Tiraki-on?
Money. And a lot of it.
I hear a rock.
Yeah, that was me.
I found a top hat.
Top hat prevents rock, and if you get hit, this rock will have a top hat gives you achievement.
I think you should have it. I can open up the bronze key door.
I found
should
some
just-
gnomes.
Gnomes?
Oh! It's Tom Thumb!
Where's Mickey? Oh my god. I swear to god, the game started so much I'm gonna punch something.
That hurt. I killed the
No.
unique troll.
No, I'm sorry, I was too slow.
I don't... It's cursed.
Here, I
That's
think
cursed.
top hat for you. There's another troll, I can punch him for you. Oh, you wanna conjure arrow scroll?
You can use it.
What does it do?
Another troll. I'm paralyzed!
Oh,
There was something behind me. Ow.
Ooh, I just found pickaxe. Please where I get rock. Everyone must look at numbers. Very cool. +2 perception.
There are dead things everywhere.
I hear rock.
I hear rock too. Found the exit!
Oh, I got the 4%. I ate a slightly aged cheese and then I vomited.
Oh lord.
I think that's pretty lucky, you know? Hit the spot? Okay, we could intro these. Worn bunny hood. Ooh, +1 dexterity? I like the wolf hood better.
Yeah, you use strength to punch.
Yeah, I punch super duper painful. Vulch? Vulch who? What's happening with Vulch? There's a Vulch on my chat going on. I'm not too sure what that means.
I don't know.
Vulch.
Bulge.
Hey yo. I'll use the bronze key to open up this door. Excellent bunny hood. An excellent eye patch. Oh, you're waiting for me at the door?
Yeah.
Oops. Oh. Book. I'll explore a little bit more.
Hungry. Not hungry.
Plus 4 sneak vision. No.
Snack vision?
Schneck. Oh. Iron key.
Saw that.
There was a lot of rocks, I think.
Yeah, it keeps going because it's part of the puzzle. I ignored that completely.
Oh no. Oh, they stopped.
Yeah, because the timer on the lever right now.
Oh. That feels like a very short time. I found a metal.
Hello.
I'm ready to go. Explore
Now
the
for the
sand weapon.
hardest part of this dungeon.
Uh
Leave my
oh.
lair, therefore, and I will show you.
Mass gnomes. And I do mean mass gnomes.
I can punch him. I'm very hungry.
You are very hungry.
Yeah.
Do you
Let me
need food?
I'm eating. Okay. Hi, Zeal. Get in my lair. If a dragon invites me to their lair, I'll go there in a heartbeat. I got a brand new spellbook of Dig.
I wonder if I can learn that. Oh, wait, there's a curse. That's curse, isn't it?
Yeah, it's cursed.
I'll hang on to it because dig is a very valuable spell.
Oh, okay. Never. I may have arted. Nice. It's always nice to see Zeal's art. Give me a second.
No.
Punch him. Oh, what is this bugbear?
Bugbear.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. What is this?
Demon.
What's going on here?
It's the final level before the boss.
Oh! Wait, that's an
Well,
end
the
to
final
this?
part of the dungeon, I should say. Human! I heal you. You will be very helpful. I believe in you, human.
I'm taking everything. It's everything that's an invite.
This is worthy of human.
Oh
It's worthy of
no!
human.
No!
Pick it up.
Ooh. What happened?
Rock.
Smells like goat. Oh my god.
If a goat eats goat, is that cannibalism?
That should be, I think. No?
Like the goat men, and then they eat goat. Like, does that count?
Oh. I mean, it could be a subspecies thing, so I'm not too sure.
I know. Oh, it's a gray area.
It's so funny though.
I hate this. So
Oh.
many gnomes.
I wonder what does chat think about that. Money.
Human,
Huh?
I hear you.
Amiibi. Oh. Hope you forget EP then later numbers. Think about what? Would a goat man eating goat considers as cannibalism?
Pick that up. Do you have gloves, buddy? Pick that up. Good boy.
I'll explore right side.
The bugging bear.
Oh, let's get back.
Yay, leadership level.
I punch back.
Excellent silver cloak. What?
Don't spell book of maximize.
Doesn't do anything.
Ooh, I want to learn maximize. Oh, fuck it. It deteriorates.
Wait, I can do it to you. I can probably learn it.
I learned it in the book gone.
Oh,
Sorry. Gonna steal a Tira for Eeps? Good. I'm a plushie. You've been turned into a marketable plushie for Snuggles. I don't mind that, honestly. Like, I want to have a plushie of Tira. Even I want a hug. Hi.
hello. We have explored area.
This one is a lot easier than the labyrinth.
Yeah, wait till we get fight like 6 times at once.
Oh, shit.
The spell. Can I cure that? Oh no, you woke up. Never mind.
I want to try maximize.
What's your ring right now?
What's my what?
What's your ring right now?
Magic percent, 30% magic resistance.
Well, if you lose that ring, have that one.
Ooh, thank you. Oh, wait, I pressed wrong button. Okay. Ooh, it's armor class. Rough guarded. Ooh, I found another gem.
Nice.
I'm coming!
You know what I mean? They are everywhere.
Oh yeah. I cannot see. Oh, I'm fast asleep.
Yeah, you go put to sleep by his trap.
I guess you weren't joking when you say a shit ton of gnomes.
Yep.
When I get a Zero Punch made, but I have no clue how. A Zero Punch will also be super adorable. Yeah. Should I eat before I get too hungry and do things to Kobo? What? I'll bite you. Want to identify all of these?
Is there a shop over there?
What's that? Wow, they can really push me around.
What do you have, buddy?
Swirly Potion of Polymorph? Applies polymorph, can be consumed or thrown. Polymorph means then I become something bad?
You turn into something, yeah.
Maybe I shouldn't drink that. Someone said food? I am getting a little bit hungry, hey?
Punch, I believe in you.
I'll punch him real good! Thank you.
No, demon killed my human.
Demon?
Fuck you.
No.
I was hoping they would have made it to the boss. They would have helped.
No, I'm just stealing everything from the
That's trap room.
gnomes.
I'm not going in there.
One Hood Whispers. plus 10 stealth skill bonus, plus 2 range backstab damage. Ooh, I don't want it.
Rest in pepperoni.
Still miss. Hmm. Hunger goes down real fast, don't they?
Who do what?
The hunger.
Yeah. Some classes get more hunger than others quicker. No, I got put to sleep.
You okay?
I think I'm okay.
Okay.
I got put to sleep again.
I'm still
Ow! I still on a trap.
I'm still taking everything and then trying to appraise them. I gotta be such a strong... I see Cauldron.
Cauldron?
Yeah, over where I am. Ooh, just ahead. If you want, I can throw all my food for you.
So much food now.
Now I go eat these. Okay, have a good EP numbers. Here, I have some pie and bread and apple if you need.
No. Slime. Damn it, still stepping on traps, dum-dum. Found it.
Bitter ration.
Too bad I didn't have any potions. I could have made some more special stuff.
Applies 4 con 4 per... Or perception? Oh, con.
Con will give you armor.
That's pretty good, I want it. Kobo getting cream pies? Would be nice, no?
Hold up, what?
Cream pie. Oh. Bugbear.
I just made a lot of special. Oh, okay. I have a bunch of special rations for you.
Ooh. I just killed a bugbear. That's a lot of rations.
I had a lot of food, but those ones are all specifically for Monk.
Oh.
Don't worry, it all goes in one stack, so you'll be fine.
Oh, nice. They're not heavy too, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, they're not that
It
heavy.
gives you like strength and con while you eat it.
Oh my god. You want con and her? Perception?
I could.
I only have 2 though.
What's the potions that I used.
Polymorph potion?
I could try a polymorph potion.
I mean, I used the polymorph potion and I got bitter.
Bitter.
Yeah, it's the one that I gave you just now.
Ah, okay, yeah. Oh, I gotta unage it.
Oh,
There we go.
okay.
Best food rations.
Give me a second. Just a little bit. Okay. I'm coming. Oh yeah, I have maximized. What if I cast it on you? Are you gonna become big?
Me? I don't know, it gave me strength and con.
Oh. If I increase for repeated cast up to +5 enhance, or equip the invoke and the touch target effect. Oh.
We need another gold key.
I'll try to find it.
If we do, we have the trifecta of items we need to beat the boss.
I'm coming. I'll help you. There's so many things aiming at you. I'll help you.
I heal them back.
I can move. We caught in the bear trap. Oh, I can move again. I caught in the bear trap again. I falls it. Holy shit! I cannot move.
Get here or you're dying. Drink food or something.
Oh. My brain shut down. It's like there's suddenly so many things going on this side. And, oh shit! I should have eaten something. We.
Look at the crap everywhere.
I could have loot all of them.
Wait, did any of them have a gold key?
Hopefully one of them has.
I don't see it.
Oh.
Oh, paralyzed.
Yeah, there seems to be a lot of traps over here. I couldn't move at all.
Another shop. Hi.
Oh, I can open doors. Oh yeah, while I wait for you, I can do my get that sign, you know. I didn't forget.
I got it. Oh, it's so difficult for me to learn. I need that gold key. If I can get that gold key, we can live.
I believe.
Come on. Where's that gold key? That's all I need.
yeah. I'm okay. I did the thigh.
Paralyzed. The thigh.
The thigh.
To
What?
find gold key. Oh, hello.
Why is it called a mouth knife?
Why is it called a mouse knife?
Yeah, there's a weapon called mouth
Because
knife.
it's Zora.
It's a what?
It's Zora from One Piece.
Oh! I heard of Zoro, but don't know who that is. Think there's something chasing you? Behind you?
He's fine.
Oh, friend. Okay, okay. Mouth? Yeah, mouth.
Where is this key?
I'll try
One
to
in that.
find it.
It's probably over here in this thing.
I can activate the switch.
Bingo!
I
think.
pulled the lever.
Yep, I got it. Okay. Now all we have to do is actually survive to get to the boss, and I can make the boss easier. I
Ooh.
have all 3 of the orbs of winning.
Push it. I'll push it to the pit. No cursed item allowed.
Not boss yet. Okay, not quite. Oh, I gotta heal you.
Let me get ready real quick. Yeah, I have this one.
Another vendor.
Sustain?
Oh, I recognize those. I have to identify a lot of things. I'm gonna sit here for a second. Don't die.
I'll try. Oh, my armor broke.
Oh, demon!
Demon?
Go away! Go away! Must find exit. Almost at boss.
It's a weird switch.
Ow. Ow.
What's happening? Oh,
Goblin.
I found a
Hello.
bronze key.
That means there's a bronze door somewhere.
Yeah. Oh my god. I got hit by a spell. What the fuck? Why do you hit so much? Oh, you're a special gnome.
Yeah, he's got a staff. Staff's hurt.
Yeah, they really hurt. It's okay, I one punch them. Cursed staff.
There's the exit.
Oh, nice.
Green. Red. Blue.
Ring bell? Is it bad if I ring the bell?
I don't know.
I'm kinda curious, I wanna try.
How is your armor and your boots?
My armor is broken. I have the water
This is very
working.
light, so you can use this one.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, so what are your boots?
The water walking one.
I don't know if these would be good for you or not, but here you go. Have an extra pair.
Oh,
And a...
stability?
Where? Oh, no. I'll wear that.
I'm not wearing the water walking one for now. Reduce effect of knockback and slippery terrain. Oh, that's pretty nice. Okay, okay. Oh, bad.
This should be the boss level.
Wow, bad hurt. Did we find the door?
I don't think we have found door.
It looks like we already explored everything. Iron door? Door is locked.
Oh, you found it. So look, go around that cube and look for a key slot.
Found it.
Now you can get in.
Alembic?
Alchemic.
I found a bunch of potion and alembic. Bubbly potion of acid, potion of water. Used to begin mixing potions. Improve with alchemy skill. Ooh, wait, can I combine potions with different potions?
Yeah. I don't know any of the recipes though.
Gate is open elsewhere. Is there a way to open up this gate? There's a human friend inside too?
Maybe? That door?
Oh, yeah, that did it. There's 2 human friends inside.
Fren.
The face is the
Yeah,
mirror
we're
of the
ready
mind,
for the boss.
and eyes without speaking confess the secret of the heart. Let's even...
Magic reflect, that's good for a cloak.
Worn mirror. I'm keeping the alembic, I guess. Right.
This is either the boss level or the one after it's the boss level, if I'm counting right. Okay, this is boss level. Alright, follow me, I need to teach you things.
Give me a
If
second.
you have the green orb, red orb, or blue orb, you can gain bonuses during boss fight. So you just come over here, then you gotta figure out which one goes in which. So, is this the one? Yes, that was the right one. So now we have a buff for that one.
Oh,
The red orb goes in here, and then we have a buff for that one. And the green orb goes in here, which we now have a buff for that one.
well prepared. 3 mystic orb effect activate. Oh,
And you
make
can
an
see what your
achievement.
buffs are at the bottom.
Dexterity, perception, strength, constitution, intelligence, and magic resistance. Ooh. So it's pretty much just a buff all around.
I buff everything.
Yeah.
Yep. Alright. Where's my buff food? I'm gonna need it. Alright, ready?
Just a second. Right, I'm ready.
Alright, let's go.
I'll stay in front.
Lim! We did it!
Ow! I'm burned. Leech Hunter? Oh my goodness. Destroy Emerald Magic Reflection?
Now you get to see town.
C10?
I'm not gonna skip this for you.
Violet orb on the pedestal, you step into the portal. Powerful magic sends a tingle over your body. Your body is transported with a white flash. You arrive outside the hamlet mines and watch the cursed blackness peel away from the land. Ooh, we did something cool? Ponder the orb. Hi, Zeus. Warm sunlight flows over the countryside as the doors of the mine open wide. The people run into the streets acclaiming to their freedom. Oh! You rush to nearby buildings looking for a place to hide and figure out your next move. There are too many humans here for your liking. Oh, I don't like oh, is it because I'm a salamander?
You're fine, you're neutral to him.
Oh. You break your way into what appears to be an inn. Oh. Did I took too long, question mark?
Maybe, I don't know. Hey,
Aw.
human.
Ponder the orb. Why is Zeus crying? We can have another time playing together, it's okay.
Hmm?
We were supposed to play RV Diet or Peak with Zeus and Bracky. So we can continue playing after that?
Yeah, there's more.
Ooh.
You've only defeated the first dungeon.
Oh. I'm taking all the potion.
I recruit the marksman. Alright, where the merchants at? Hello. What do you have? Oh, you don't have Charm Monster. I hate you. What do you have?
I wanna drink water.
Give me your necklaces. Now I have to sit here and identify.
I'm gonna go open up the lights real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Just a bit. I'm back. Bubbly bottle of booze? Oh, there's a lot of booze.
Yeah.
What if I
There's shops
combine?
everywhere.
What if I combine booze with booze?
Boobs with boobs? What?
Combine booze with booze, I get a copy of Life Potion? I'm drunk. Duration 40 to 60 seconds. New combination. Jesus fucking Christ, my ears are bleeding.
Your album blew up.
I didn't think it's gonna explode my eardrums. Well, let's do it again. Unstable combination? Oh, sorry about that, chat. So acid plus booze is explosion. Acid plus water? Shit, man! You don't have to explode so loud, Jesus fucking Christ! I love it. I guess acid pairing with anything is just explosion. Oh, I don't know what I did, but apparently I just made them into all one stack of booze, but there's still booze and 2 explosions. Is there any... Oh, shopkeeper.
Yeah, there's shops everywhere.
Oh. Bottle of fruit juice. Ooh, give. Trading increased 1. Good morning.
Good morning, coffee.
Good morning, coffee. Right, just in case I explode again, let me go to my own room. I think the fruit juice plus acid is probably gonna explode, but you never know. Okay, yep, alright, Booze plus fruit juice?
Boob juice.
Fruit juice plus booze equals sickness? Oh, it broke my cloak. I guess explosion bad. Alright, how about sickness plus fruit juice? You learn about the portion of blindness secondary alchemy ingredient. New recipe booze.
Wrong booze.
Wait. So fruit juice plus potion of sickness equals booze? I don't think I like that. Why is the game implying here, huh? Oh. Your alchemic... Oh! Wait, it breaks? No, I want to play more. I'm just combining booze with acid and then it broke. Oh, I cannot play with alchemy anymore. Oops, were you waiting for me at the... Sorry, I was having too much fun doing the alchemy thing.
I'm equipping my minions. What's your necklace?
Necklace is poison resistance.
Oh, okay, you won't need that. Yeah, I got a better one for you.
Oh, okay. Oh, there's a lot of shopkeeper. Oh,
Yeah,
I
we're
can
in
sell
town.
my garnet. I can give you 1 garnet.
Sell them all. You're not gonna use them.
But I want shiny. I must keep them. What the fuck? Flawless amulet costs 50k gold? Yeah. What this scammer?
Hello.
Eh?
Here you
Oh,
go.
burning resistance. Ooh. Is it because I exploded twice?
Maybe. We just grabbed all the items that I've scattered around everywhere. I was just re-equipping the minions I hide.
Guard body?
Yeah.
I learned that.
Oh, you actually learned it.
Guard body. Increase AC each charge point, plus 2 charge restored each sustained interval. 1 MP per 10 seconds. Ooh. Cast to receive damage, press cast to equip, invoke the touch target effect. Reviews are breakable on the current dungeon floor yielding divine reward. I suddenly have like so many things going on. I forgot I have.
Food is so helpful.
Yeah, I forgot I have that. And I just keep eating those like bad food and stuff.
I gave you a whole bunch of rations.
Yeah, I did. I've been spamming them as well.
Alright, ready for the next dungeon?
Just a second. Hidden opener.
Yeah, I dropped them there in case you wanted one.
I'll take it. I still have... Oh wait, I have potion of polymorph. And... Bola? Oh, there's so many potions here. I
The
could
top
buy...
left ones are normally the best healing ones.
If I take their chest item, would they kill me?
No?
Okay. Gonna ask just in case. I found golden mask.
That improves trading and stuff.
Steel chakram? No. Oh, it's gonna take 2 minutes to appraise that gold mask.
Alright, let's go to the next dungeon.
Alright. Purple.
Purple.
I already hear rocks, wow.
So do I.
Take shot?
Sister, did you invite company?
Sister?
No, the guild sent them.
Never mind. It's Leviosa.
Gift of divine providence. Provides life. Oh.
Ow.
I got spike trapped.
You're losing
Ui,
humans
ui.
left and right.
Abangnya, abangnya. Ow, 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 ow. Oh. Oh, they're really strong. I died.
Oh, you died.
There's suddenly 3 insectoid at the same time. Oopsies.
Minion, I swear to God, if you walk through that trap again, I'm not healing you through it.
A gold weight reduction.
Well, I just realized it's getting late for you, so this might be the last run if I die.
Fair enough. It is like chicken. It is 6:45. Yeah, it's okay. I believe in mid.
Kobo.
Wait, is it a kobold?
Yeah, Kobo.
Oh my god, it's an actual kobold.
Kobo.
Are they speaking Yippin, right? Oh my god, they're so cute though. Can I blow them? Like
Yeah, left click.
the kobold is slowed. Oh no. They're so cute though.
I am really full now.
Why can we not play as the kobold, huh?
I know.
Wait, a kobold just spawned in me. What? That doesn't sound right, but that just happened.
Like, if you want potions.
Oh wait, we have to fight the kobolds here?
Unfortunately, yes.
Oh fuck. This game suddenly went from 10 to 1. God damn it, that's so adorable though, fuck!
Wow, someone died here.
Insectoid are just noisy.
Yeah, they are.
And the kobolds are not yipping, but they're so... Where Goyo? I should learn that. I should let them teach me. Oh, the insectoid don't fight the kobolds.
Weird,
guess-
right?
I guess
Even though
we're
they're different
friends.
species.
Yeah, I mean, why not, right? Interspecies, beneficial relationship, I guess.
I don't know. I found the exit,
Whee.
and only one of my minions survived.
Oh, this place scary.
Yeah, this place takes the difficulty up to like from 3 to fucking 8.
It feels like it, yeah. I just suddenly got like bombarded by 3 fucking insectoid. I hear kobolds. Oh my god. I learned their speech. That's another heal. Thank you. Sorry, kobold. I did do it. Crocodilia?
Ooh, excellent armor. Oh, it's gonna take such a long time to identify. I really want it to.
We can wait until it's identified. Crystal. Ooh.
Oh, that's the exit.
There's a dead crystal? Wait, crystal on human? Nothing like that.
Ooh, that potion restores mana. Ow, 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 ow,
Don't.
ow!
Oh no! I have to find the thing.
The exit's near where we died.
Okay, I will sprint there. It takes 3 minutes, 4 minutes to get this shield high. Cracked jade. Oh, it's a jade. I found jade. It's it's a cursed jade though. All right, I'll try to get into the. Alright, let's go.
I have to hit myself now.
There's someone there.
Brother, somebody's making their way through the caves.
Are you
Did
concerned?
the kobolds really guarantee you?
No.
No.
I'm gonna sit here and identify this armor. If it's not cursed, I can have something new.
Yeah, I have one minute to identify this crystal shield. Empty bottle. You wanna drink booze? I have 6 booze to drink.
Oops, on the other hand.
Oh wait, I can throw them, right?
It'll heal them, but it will make them drunk.
What happens when they're drunk?
I don't know. I got 15 seconds left with Indemnify.
I have 1 second. Oh, it's blessed, but it's fragile. Minus 25%
Yeah, all
to-
crystals fragile.
Oh, but they're
But
so
it's-
strong.
They're so strong, yeah.
I'll keep it. I'll use it.
It's cursed!
Oh no!
All that for cursed.
Dang it.
Go!
Oops, I didn't mean to throw the automaton. I'm so sorry.
I could have recruited him!
I'm sorry! I forgot I have my boost equipped and I...
And I ran into a trying to run away from the golem.
Sorry! Ooh.
Ah, there goes our run. Oh well. Yeah, that dungeon's difficulty really cranks it up.
It cranks up. It's not from 3 to 8, it's from 3 to 25, I guess.
Yeah.
I went from melting trolls to getting 2 shot by a crystal golem. So a little bit of a difficulty spike there, I guess.
It's fun as fuck though.
Okay, it is. It is very fun as fuck. It's just that there's too much stuttering going on, and I can't even reorient myself. Every time when it stutters, I suddenly turn like
You would
360.
have to host to get rid of that, I'm sorry.
I have to what?
You would have to host to get rid of some of that.
No, I feel like it could be because of my PC's like specs not strong enough. Because I was playing with your off stream that time, it didn't happen as much. Honestly, yeah. And I tried to turn down the graphics, but it still happens quite a lot. So
Huh.
I even have, yeah, the preload music. Like everyone has been saying that, oh, you need to turn on preload music files to fix the stuttering. It's like, yeah, I did that. So it's a weird like problem. Apparently the problem has been here like many years ago. Like I've seen articles from
Yeah,
like 2 years ago and stuff. Don't know what they're doing, but Maybe if I
You
turn
got a
on these
whole
things.
bunch of achievements for that.
Yeah, a lot. Like some of them are like shiny achievements as well. So
Yeah, like
amazing.
0.1 person has it.
Point one person has it. Am I the point one
Yeah.
person? No way.
Like the Witch's Brew, craft 50 things from Cauldron in a multiplayer playthrough. Only one, like 0.01 have it.
Oh my god. The field that I have is like 9.7, 9.0, 2.7. Destroy a bugbear's scootum while it is defending. 2.7.
Achievements everywhere.
Isn't scootum butt? Well, that was fun. I'm probably
it
gonna
was.
go get food now. I think. Did you have food?
I need to eat.
Yeah. Hey, let me quit this. You want to leave, eh? Then get out and don't come back.
Wait, what?
Hi.
Oh yeah, the funny messages.
Hi, jeez.
Fine, jeez.
Never. Did the little goblins hurt your feelings? Yes.
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 I've been hurt by the goblin. The goblins are so mean. I can't believe it. Oh. Where's metal? Uh-oh. Oh, there's metal. I think...
Yeah.
Do I put... You know, seeing a floating head there is kind of scary. I'm doing it, it's okay. Gosh, Nobu Noko's music is so good though.
Mm.
Need to find a
Yeah.
right target.
We are very hungry.
Yeah, my brain doesn't work anymore here. Oh, Johnny. Oh my god, Shiny Dragon is streaming.
We did good, really well. That was our third run too.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think we can count our first two runs considering the save data corrupted.
True, true.
Yeah, it's our first run. The one that we died there doesn't count. Because there was I was hungry. That's why, so it didn't count.
Wait, I got an achievement for cooking over 100 rations. The achievement's called Let Him Cook.
Let him cook.
I made that many rations in one. Oh, I did too, yeah.
I mean, you gave me 39, I think.
Yeah,
That's already
I made
like
so many.
I couldn't eat all of them. I was like, I'm just
We're
shoving them
never
to my
go
face.
hungry.
Never hungry ever again. Well, too bad I'm not strong enough. I tried to punch the bugbear or like the crystal golem. All I did was like
Crystal Golem, yeah, they are very strong.
8 per punch.
When you see them charging up their fists, you meant to step back, that's their power attack.
Oh, I had to turn around and run, I guess, because stepping back might be a little bit too slow.
Maybe, yeah.
You see, that's the thing. The stuttering just makes me does a 360 instead. It's unfortunate, but I do hope they'll get there. Like the game doesn't look like it should be this intensive.
Yeah, it really should. I'm
But-
guessing it's because it's trying to load multiple chunks at the same time.
Probably. Or maybe the stuttering is coming from all the like countings and everything going on inside the game, like within that we don't see.
Yeah, like it's trying to calculate things and they're fighting in the background when we're not there.
Yeah. And then when there's like too many things happening at the same time, and then the game's like, oh fuck, shit, right, let me calculate this, and then stutters. It's weird, but game's fun nonetheless.
Yeah.
Heck yeah. Okay, I already find the right target. I'll leave the call for now, Metal.
Okay.
Thanks for
Let me know
playing
if you ever
with
want
me.
to play again. Whether it be Barony or County Strike.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for playing. It was really nice. Mwah. Bye bye. Alright, I should. Hiya. Alright, there we go. Alright. I found a great target. I found a very, very shiny dragon. Gosh, I love shiny dragons. Like, honestly, just, you know, okay, look. After looking at Johnny, and then looking at Mars, and then looking at more shiny squeaky dragons, I think I like squeaky dragons a lot more now. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I don't know what that means, but I like squeaky dragons a lot more now, I guess. Anyways, I have coffee. Coffee nice, coffee good, coffee helps. Liking this dragon? Yeah, exactly. I mean, any dragon I like them. Unless the dragon gave me a reason to not like them, then yeah. Look, as a dragon simper, I can have class as well sometimes. I missed Hero. I'm here, Brecky. Oh my god. No, don't cry. If Brecky cry, I'll cry too. I need my eyes to be drier. So they can produce tears. Oh yeah, coffee nice. I'll let Bernie do the talking here. Tell them, Bernie, tell them.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Yeah, tell them, Bernie. Thank you, Bernie. We can cry together. Sounds good. Yeah, I never thought about crying together. I mean, I don't think I cry as much. It's fine though, right? I don't think crying too much is a good idea as well, so. Oh yeah, I have Discord. Trying to decide what to do today. Ooh. I don't know if you want, but maybe you could try out the Monsanto Storage Tree demo if you want. It's been pretty fun. It can get frustrating sometimes because of the level cap, but I had fun with the demo. But it's entirely up to you still. Oh yeah, Discord. Bah. I have a Discord channel. I announce my stream stuff over there. And there's also a Dragon Simping corner. Because Dragon good. I love Dragon. Never enough Dragon. Must have Dragon. I think that's pretty much it. Yeah, let me get the right message on. Then the right message. I usually don't play demo. Valid, understandable. Right, I just couldn't help it but to play the demo of the games that I really like. I mean, I played the demo for Kobo Story Trenchcoat Adventurer. Played the demo of Wild's Rise. Demo of Monsanto Storage Tree. I mean, I wasn't thinking about playing Story's demo. It's because of Narek, so I blame him. I blame the dragon. I think, yeah, let me type in the rate to Johnny. And Yeah, there we go. I typed in a raid. I'm ready to raid. It's okay, Zeus. We can find other time to play together again. Don't cry. I'll cry too. Yeah, pet the cool dog. Pet the cool dog. What? Johnny went to be right back screen? Oh, because there's like an ad going on. I should do a be right back screen as well whenever there's ad going on. For 3 minutes. I also have 3 minutes of ad per hour as well. Because I got scammed by Twitch. Like, Twitch forces me to put ads. The minimal amount of ads is like 30 seconds per hour. I did that, and then it's like no money, like actually zero from ad revenue. It's like, oh yeah, that's actually just a scam. So, take care, Sri. TY for stream. Thanks for being here. Appreciate. Makes me feel special. Now we have to talk for 3 minutes. Gosh, 3 minutes. I think for a kobold, or for me actually, 3 minutes shouldn't be too difficult, I think. I mean, every time it's like, whenever I have to yap for, let's say, a predetermined amount of time, and then my brain would just be like, oh god, I don't think I can speak for 10 minutes. And then from there, I started to yap about so many things. Like, yapping about this makes me think of this, makes me think of this, and then yapping about this makes me think of the other this. and then all of a sudden it's like, oh fuck, has it been 10 minutes already? Like, holy shit, I don't even get it, right? It's a weird feeling too, because usually I'm such a quiet person, right? If I'm off stream, I just don't yap, right? I don't really talk a lot off stream, and then here's me on stream just yapping about everything that I think about, that I can talk about, right? I mean, I just kind of like sharing about things, I guess. I kind of like it. I mean, of course, not sharing about personal details or dox myself or something. No, nothing like that. Just something that I feel like it's kind of interesting to share. And then maybe you guys maybe chat can give me your thoughts as well, right? Sometimes when I talk about that, it's like, oh, hey, I have some of my opinions that I want to share. It's like, oh, hey, cool. What do you think about this, and that, right? And something about that, sharing experiences together is kind of fun. I kind of like it sometimes. Yep. See, I'm just yapping, and it's already been 3 minutes. Wah. The revenue is super low in January to March since our company spent the ad money for Christmas. Yeah, but the entirety of last year, I had 30 seconds of ad going on, and the ad revenue I got was 0. So, scam. It is what it is, though. And Johnny's back. I'm ready to raid, so I will not be streaming tomorrow most likely, but maybe Wednesday night I will stream a little bit of art as well. I kind of want to make it like a weekly thing where I do art once per week. So yeah, maybe I'll stream on Wednesday night, which is, let's see, so nighttime would be about 2.5 to 3 hours from now. So I'll probably stream around that time, like time zones wise. You guys can like sort of like look at the time now and it'd be like, oh, 2.5 and 3 hours more. Yeah, something like that. Zeus, I'll do the get that file. No, I'm gonna do it now. I'll do it now. I don't want to forget. I must get that file. All right. Watch this. Well, you guys cannot watch this since you guys just only see a kobold on the screen yapping. Anyways. Yeah. Okay, I did it. Wow, I'm the best. Holy shit. Oh, there's a weird outfront going on outside. Lemao. I'll pretend I don't see that. Right, anyway. I did it. I did the thing. I'm ready to raid, but also before the raid, I'm trying to catch my breath. Right, okay. Before the raid, and Kobo wants to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are all heckin' loved, vetted, and matter. Very valuable. And Kobo loves y'all. I just kind of wanted to stretch for a little bit. Wait. And here comes the raid to Johnny. Hiya. Oh yeah, did I? Wait. Did I post the thing? Now redeem it again? You could. And I'll do it off stream. I already raid now, so... I mean, you totally could, so... Yep. There's nothing wrong with that. I've been spoiled, yep. Have I ever told you guys that I love being a kobold? Boop. Look at that. I'm just being spoiled by dragons or weird or like, I don't know. Makes me feel really nice. I think being a kobold is a cheat code to being adorable. I'm cheating. Same, right? I'll take it. And being a kobold means I can sim dragons forever. Oh. Well, I'll most likely see you guys on Wednesday. If not, I'll see you guys on Thursday. Right? So take care, everyone. Kobold loves y'all. Mwah. Bye bye. Take care. Love y'all.